Hello, howdy, howdy. Doo-doo-doo. Just waiting for the YouTubes to catch up with me here, real quick, guys. Have a quick hydration break before we even start. How about that? Mm-mm-mm. All right, I think we are. I think we're up and going, aren't we? Yeah. Hi, guys. Happy Saturday. Nice to have you with us. I am going to, gosh darn voice. I don't even know. Well, I do know. Um, Anyhow, good morning. Happy Saturday. Nice to have you here on this. I don't know. Well, I do know. It's the last Saturday in May, first of all, right? Which is crazy, crazy, crazy. It's also a very rainy, wet Saturday here. Oh my goodness. It is. I don't know. We've had the weirdest weather this week. If you joined me earlier this week, we had, oh my gosh, all kinds of storms that were really affecting class I was trying to teach on Tuesday night, which got a little frustrating, but we worked through it, right? We worked through it. Oh, Becky, happy birthday, Becky. It is Becky's birthday today. If you guys don't know, my graphic designer, Becky Moore, she's amazing. She's here. So let's wish Becky a big old happy birthday today, okay? Becky, something is on your way. It should arrive at some point today. So, happy birthday and thank you for. I think it's today, isn't it? Yeah, it's today. It's the 30th, right? So, thank you for popping in on your birthday. We love that for us. Love that for us. Um, yeah, you know what, you guys, my voice had been doing so much better. All this, I don't know where this came from this morning. Oh well. I guess we got to keep working with a voice therapist because, yeah, this has been going on since like November. Anyhow, I'm not sick. I'm not sad, not sick, not anything. It's just, yeah, whatever's going on with my voice. Anyhow, good morning, good morning, good morning. Yes, so you guys, it's been a week. It has been a week. If you've been with me, some of you, this is a fourth time this week. We started with the Let's Go mini book class on Tuesday night, and then we wrapped it up on Wednesday night, and then on Thursday night, we had the class for the June monthly traveler's notebook setup. And then here we are again today. Well, duh. Okay. Now, as I say all of that, now we know this makes sense, right? That's a lot of talking this week. And I guess it just caught up with me today, but you know what? It's all good. It is all good. Welcome. If we haven't met before, my name is Layle Konkar. I have a business called Layle by Mail. When I'm not traveling, which is all the time, I mean, pause, pause, pause. Mm. When I am not traveling, which is quite often, we are here on Saturdays on my YouTube channel doing what I like to call creative listing. So I pick a couple of listing topics a little bit earlier in the week. They go on my blog, they go out in an email, and we meet up here on Saturdays and we work with those lists. It is a very different way, in my opinion, of documenting your life. Many of us have been documenting in a number of different ways for a lot of years, whether it be scrapbooking or working in a planner or a traveler's notebook or a bullet journal or working in mini books or working in, lots of different things. But basically, we're all doing the same thing and we're telling a story. When we're here telling our story, we are doing it listing style, which means you're just making a list, right? Super easy, super approachable. A lot of times we feel like we're afraid to write because we have to be Ernest Hemingway. And we do not, because we all know how to make a list. We all grew up making lists, whether it was a Christmas list or a wish list or people we wanted to invite to our third birthday party or a spelling list. As we grew older, maybe shopping lists, maybe homework lists, to-do lists, right? Then we turned kind of into bucket lists and things like that. Anyhow, that's what we do here on Saturdays. We have a lot of fun. I'm a little goofy and dingy, and I always like to say I'm the smartest dumb blonde you'll ever meet. And if you're blonde, you can appreciate that. Anyhow, um we have a lot of fun. Nothing is scripted. I have plans for the lists that we're going to do, and I have plans for the products that I want to use. Other than that, we just play. Sometimes things go wrong. We talk about what to do when things go wrong. Sometimes things go right, and then we talk about maybe why things went right and why I chose one thing over another, whatever it may be. I throw in lots of tips and tricks and techniques and all kinds of things that I picked up over the last, I don't know, probably 28, 29 years of paper crafting. So You will find a lot of links in the description box of the video. The first two that you'll see, number one is the link to the topics on the blog that we are covering today, our listing topics. So if you want to click on that, you'll see that. You will also see a link to a page on my website, what I'm using. So more or less, it will give you a rough idea of what I'm using. And sometimes I throw things in at the last minute, like this morning, about 5 minutes before we started. I'm like, oh, I want to use that and that and that. So I threw those in very quickly. I think they're now at the bottom of that list. But other times there are things that I thought I was going to use that I didn't use, or things I just threw in at the last minute. So we have a number of people here that are always helpers, which I love so much. Amy is here. If you don't know Amy, Amy is my right hand. She keeps all the wheels on the bus, works with a lot of our suppliers, our manufacturers to make sure that things come in correctly and on time. She is joining us today, though. She's kind of adminning the chat. So, if you have any questions and I miss them, she's a great person to answer. She will also be popping links in the description box. Excuse me, in the chat. So, if you're watching live, there is a live chat that takes place, and in that chat. Well, that's a great place to say hi and a great place to ask questions, and also a great place to look if you're looking for a product that I'm using. She'll link that and it will pop you directly to that page on the website. Now, if you're watching the replay, welcome to you as well. If you're watching the replay, although you can see the chat as it took place, but the chat is live. So if you're watching the replay, the chat is no longer live. So if you want to interact and say hello on the replay, that'd be great. Just leave a comment. One thing you need to know if you're new, especially if you're watching live, as we are working throughout today, I'll do probably 3 or 4 live giveaways. Those live giveaways take place in the chat. So the chat is a really good place to be, even if you're shy. You're going to have to pop up and at least say something if you want to participate in a live giveaway. All right, so I'm going to quickly divert my eyes for a couple of minutes and look at the chat and see who's here. All right. Um, you guys have 2 jobs today. 2 jobs. Well, 3 jobs. Let's make one real easy. One is thumbs up. Please give the video a thumbs up, whether you're watching live or you're watching the replay. That's super helpful, really, to any content creator that you're interacting with, whether it's somebody on YouTube or Facebook or Instagram or Flip Flop. There's so many these days. Just a thumbs up, even a quick comment is always really helpful. So that's a great way. If you want to just take a quick second and give it a thumbs up, I'd appreciate it. Number 2, we're going to try to remind me to keep drinking water. Really important. And you know me, I'll get going and it'll be 8 days later and I'll be like, oh, maybe I should have some water. Um, oh gosh, what was the third one? The third one, I guess, is to help me remember. Oh, I know. The third one is to help me remember the giveaways because sometimes I get going and I just get excited and I forget. All right. So I'm going to take a look at the chat. There's actually 4. Fourth one is we're making sure that we do not lose internet connection. And so it's much easier for me to do once I rotate the camera because I can see a little bit closer because I'll move closer to my desk and we're working. We had heck of problems, and I wouldn't even say heck in real life. I'd throw another expletive in there. We had heck of problems with internet this week. Big storm on Tuesday night when I was teaching. And then that went away. We thought everything was good. And then Wednesday, we kind of continued. So made some changes, moved the router. The router is now right here. So that should really help. We had no problems at all on Thursday night. So we're knocking on wood and hoping that all is good. But if I freeze, you want to pop up in the chat and be like, bah. And then sometimes I can see that too if it starts going really quickly. So before we do a giveaway, we're not going to do a giveaway quite yet. Let me look at the chat, see who's here, say hello, and then we'll get going and do our first giveaway. Okay. But we've learned the hard way that if we start the giveaway before I get to look at the chat and see who's here, then I don't get to see, right? Amy said, good morning, Squirrel Squad. Welcome to Listening with Layle. She hopes we had a wonderful holiday weekend. There was a last weekend. There was a last weekend. There was a last weekend, hopefully for all of us, because if there wasn't a last weekend for you, that probably means you're no longer with us. There was a weekend, a holiday weekend here in the United States last weekend, and that was Memorial Day. And so if you took any time off for that, I hope that you had a nice time. All right, let's keep looking. Good morning, Maritza. Nice to see you. Joanne, good afternoon from the East Coast. Carol says good morning from Central Canada. Oh, yes, Carol, CCC, Carol, Central Canada. Nice to see you. Heat wave rolling through there this week. Not here. Let's see what the temperature is here right now. It is rainy and cold and 49 degrees. Now, that's Fahrenheit because I live in the US and we only do Fahrenheit here. That would be, I guess, if that's Celsius, and I don't really understand. I mean, I understand Celsius, but I don't, know the conversion or whatever. If it was 49 Celsius, I'd be probably burnt like in flames, right? But anyhow, 49, that's pretty cold for end of May. So wherever you are, I hope you're staying either warm if it's cold or cold if it's warm. I hope you're doing well. Vikaj, hello, hello from Long Island. Ms. L, hello, Terry. Nice to see you. Grace Ward is here. She said it's always a good Saturday when Layle by Mail is on live. I agree. I agree. I love this, you guys. I love doing this. I love when we're together on our Saturdays and playing and chatting and just having fun together. So thank you for joining us. Hello, Wanda from Tennessee. Shannon Cummins, Lori Land, Kathy Rodriguez from sunny Southern California. Lots of birthday wishes for Becky. Hello, Kelly Martin, Nancy Iman from Omaha, um, Sherry Bristol from Colorado. Sherry, I was in your state last week. You guys will see a little bit about our Memorial Day weekend, and part of it was in Colorado. 4 nights this week. I know, right? Hello, Alita. Hello to you. Nice to see you. She is a weekend crop in Grand Bend, Ontario, Canada. Love our Canadian friends when you guys pop in and join us. Hello, Patricia. Um, Thanks for popping in, Becky. We appreciate it. Love you. Nancy is here. She hasn't been here in a while. Well, welcome back. I know. Life, right? It's just life. Life gets in the way, and that's what happens. But nice to have you. And you guys, anytime you can make it, I love having you here. Let's see. Brenda is here on a break from Vicky's Artful Moments folio class. Yes, if you know my friend Vicky Vicky Booten. We had a nice little chat yesterday. It's been a while since we had a chance to chat, but I know a number of you either are popping in and out. It's hard when you guys follow both of us and we're both doing things on the same day, but I'm sure her class is amazing. Always, always. Hello, Gina Goodman from LA. Pirate Wench, hello. I think it's been a while since we've seen you, maybe, yeah? Hello, Tracy's Footprints. Do. Brent, and Margaret. Hi, Anne Margaret. Marilee. Hello, Marilee. Congratulations on your daughter graduating from college. I love that. Marilee popped into the Facebook group earlier this week and said, hey, I feel like we're all a community here and we kind of know each other. So I want to shout from the rooftops. My daughter graduated from college, which I love that. So exciting. Hi, Virginia. Virginia, you're good. You're not late. We're all just hanging out. So you're good. You guys know it's open house. You can come anytime you'd like. Pop in and pop out. I just love to have you here. And I'm going to Shabby Rose Creations. Hello, hello. Love it that you guys are giving thumbs up. Thank you, thank you. Do we have a time limit today? We do not have a time limit today. Nick is fishing, although he's fishing with some friends, and the window's out there, even though I can't really see. Yeah, it's raining, so I'm not quite sure how that's going to go for them. Not quite sure how that's going to go for them. Hello, Kate Bo, excuse me, from Toledo. Ann Cirque, hello, Ann Cirque from Michigan. We've got people from all over the country. Hello, Zen girls. I should say all over the continent, right? Because we have some of our Canadian friends with us. Hello, Chris Gonzalez. Crafty 685, 83 and cloudy in Florida. Is it humid? Hi, Helen from Pennsylvania. Step H, greetings from Sweden. I love it, Step H. Step H. Step H. Stephanie Haynes, right? Do I have it? Yes, new background. New background as of the last month or so. We moved to a warehouse in March. I moved all my filming down to the basement. I now have a filming studio in the basement where much of our business was, really all of our business, now a warehouse. So all of this stays set up all the time, which is amazing. And we just have a little bit left to go. I have all the cameras. I have a new laptop, video camera, switching software, all kinds of really cool things. That's kind of the last step, the last thing on the checklist. And it's kind of a big one to get all that figured out, but very soon. Very soon, hopefully within the next month, we'll have all of that part ready to go, and then it'll be all so slick, and there'll be no more flipping the camera and rotating, and I'll have little buttons I can push that'll go from here to here and showing different views, and I can't wait. I can't wait. Hello, Leah's plans. She's printing pictures. Might have to leave halfway through. All good. All good. Just happy to have you here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Paula and Shane, hello. Shabby Rose Creations. It's going to be hot in Vegas. Stay cool. Hello, Chris. California. Okay, and Joy. Hi, Joy. All right, I think I've got everybody. If I missed you, apologies. Just know that I'm happy that you're here. Thank you, thank you, thank you for joining us. And I just saw Kathy Openburn pop in. All right, so let's talk about a couple of housekeeping items before we really dig in. And you know what? Now's, I think, a good time to do our first giveaway. So if you have not been with me before, we do live giveaways as I'm working throughout our listing session. And the way you participate in those live giveaways is via the chat. So type up in the chat, type up in the chat. And when I am ready to do the giveaway, in a couple of minutes, I will stop. I'll scroll my finger. Wherever my finger stops, that is the person that wins. And then you let me know that you won, and then we go from there. All right. So a couple of housekeeping items. Today is Saturday the 30th. June, June has a couple big things. Number one, June 5th, Friday, June 5th. So a week from yesterday, Friday, June 5th, 2026, is when the summer fall season pass releases. Summer fall season pass. So the season pass kit with all the things in it, and then also all the a la carte items. I did a little sneak peek at the end of our June Traveler's Notebook setup class on Thursday. Can't wait to share that with you guys. So that will be Friday, June 5th. That will go live at 9 a.m. Pacific time. 9 a.m. Pacific time on Friday, June 5th. So you can order then. Couple of things about that. June 15th. So 10 days later, June 15th, I believe that's a Monday, is the June stamp release. All right, so it's about a 10-day period between there. Some of you like to wait. Some of you want to order the season pass. Some of you have already ordered the annual season pass, but you want us to wait and hold your order until June 15th, which we absolutely can if we know. So, if you see something, well, if you think you might see something, 6 brand new stamp sets for June. So it might not be a bad idea if you place your season pass order on Friday, June 5th. Add a note to your order, maybe even still email us, laylebymail@gmail.com, and say, hey, please hold my order until the June stamp release. We can absolutely do that for you. And then we can just add to it. We combine them together just so you're good. We just don't want anyone to place their order for spring, summer, fall season pass and then go, oh shoot, I wish I knew. All right. So try to make sure everybody knows that so you are good. If you happen to do the annual season pass annual season pass. And I will send an email out early this week to say, hey, because we already have your orders for that. And those are the orders that will kick right off with sending out. I will send out an email. So watch for it early this coming week. I'll say, hey, guess what? Your season pass is coming up again. You've already paid for it, already paid shipping, everything. You're good. We also have a stamp release coming June 15th. If you want us to hold until you see if you want to add anything, please let us know. All right, we just want to make sure that that you guys can maximize your dollars and you don't have to pay shipping twice. All right. Next thing, next weekend. So that is the first weekend in June. Still not up on my wall. First weekend in June, we are not listing. That is my 40th high school reunion. Ah, my 40th high school reunion. So I will be out of town, not far, about, I don't know, 45 minutes away. I went to school in a town in Utah called Park City, high school in Park City. There were 70 people in our graduating class. We were barely 1A, barely, barely, barely 1A. So anyhow, I will be doing that. I just learned earlier this week that the following week we are going to go on a really short little camping trip with our younger son Sam and his girlfriend, and that is June 13th. So I'm going to move our listing from that week up early. So just here's the deal. Your best way to keep informed of all the things going on. Okay, I had to make sure that I hadn't lost this yet. Best way to be informed of all the things that are going on is to make sure you receive my emails. So go to laylebymail.com, little box will pop up, and then put your email address in there. That is the best way. The other best way is to subscribe here on my YouTube channel. Then anytime there's a a class or video or whatever is coming up, then you'll also be notified. All right. Okay. So just watch for that. And then there's some really fun things coming up in July. I work a lot. I work a lot, a lot, a lot, a lot, a lot. It's not often. it's not often that I'm not. That's a double negative. Anyhow, many days I'm working like 15, 16 hours a day, and that happens Monday through Sunday. Just you own your own business, that's what happens. So when I can, I try to take the opportunity to also step away. A lot of times it's a long weekend. Nick and I, in the middle of July, well, really the 5th, I think, through the 19th or 20th, we're going to be on the road. We are going to be on the road in Harvey, our RV. We are going to do a trip through Oregon and Washington. But part of that, I'm going to take you guys with me, right? Okay, so um, I will do a live before we go. And my live before we go is going to show you how I prepare to go on a trip like that to document, right? To document my travels. So, that first live before I leave will be this is what I'm taking. And granted, we're not in like a gigantic, like a RV, type A RV. We have about 23 feet, and the 23 feet also includes the driving area. So, there's not a lot of room. So we'll talk about what I pack to take with me. Also, how I prep my traveler's notebook before I go. So that'll be live before I go. And then I'll do two lives while we're gone. One is how I keep up to date every day on a trip like that. I take about 15 minutes every day just to document in my traveler's notebook. We'll talk about that, and I'll do that live one night. And then I'll do another live with one of my junk journal spreads when we travel. So it will be definitely a working trip because neither of us can take 2 weeks right now to completely shut off, to completely go off the grid, so to speak. But I thought that would be a fun way for us to do kind of our, won't really be our listing, but we'll be live. I'll be doing live a couple of lives in Harvey, so we'll see how that works. We'll see how that works. Anyhow, that'll be fun. All right, let me do this. Let me stop, and I need to do the giveaway because some of you guys are like, "Oh my gosh, my hands are tired." So let's scroll up, scroll up, scroll up, scroll up, and the person winning that is Lori Land. Lori Land, Miss Lori Land. Lori Land is our first random lucky winner. Got to note it in my little notebook here. So, Lori Land, let's start off with a $25 store credit. Okay, so Lori, $25 store credit. You can spend $25 on whatever you'd like on the website. Okay, so Lori, if you would send an email to laylebymail@gmail.com, in the subject of the email, please put $25 store credit. If you don't already have an account on my website, please make sure you have an account before you email because we need to be able to attach that credit to your account. And then we'll add that to your account. You'll be ready to go. Okay, friends, congratulations, Lori. And don't be sad if you're not Lori because there are more giveaways. Okay, now here's the other thing. If you wrote anything in the chat that you wanted me to see, I need you to write that again in a minute because when the chat goes by like that, it goes way too fast and it's, crazy because a bunch of people are chatting because they'd like a chance to win a prize. All right. So I think that is kind of the gist of the kind of what's happening in the next little while at least. The schedule for I usually put out our listing schedule 3 months at a time. So we're just the June schedule has been out for a while. As I said, I need to make a little modification there. But next week I will also have the schedule out for July, August, September, the next 3 months. There's a lot of fun stuff coming, you guys. You can't even believe what we've been doing. You can't even believe what we've been doing. I was talking to Vicky yesterday. She's like, how are you doing? And I'm like, and if you asked Amy, she'd be like, and if you asked Becky, she'd be like, um, we just wrapped Christmas collection, Halloween collection, an everyday gratitude collection, working on a glimmers collection, and those are all paper crafting collections. So we'll have stickers and die cuts and paper and all the good things that you work into all your projects. We also wrapped 5 new traveler's notebook designs. Mhm. And then a couple tools. And then you also have the stamp releases in there too. So it's been a little bit crazy. Everything is in production right now, with the exception of the Glimmers collection. That one, Becky just barely started on. We went through our kind of inspiration boards, and We're just getting started on that, but can't wait to show you guys all the things that are coming. And it's don't worry, it's spaced out between now and the end of the year. So if you're like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, I need to rob a bank or win the lottery, it'll be spaced out. So we'll be good. We'll be good. All right, friends. Terry, yes, I did see the reminders. Both of those are taken care of. Thank you so much for that. I also responded back this morning. All right, friends. So I think we're good. All right. Basically, the gist of all that is just make sure you get my emails. If you get my emails, and you make sure you're not missing anything. It's interesting. I put something in the Facebook group, the Little by Mail Facebook group earlier this week. That's also a great place to, hang out. If you're on Facebook, look for Layle by Mail. There's a page in a group. You want to be part of the group because that's where a lot of information gets shared as well. It always reminds me that sometimes you need to say the same thing 5 or 6 or 7 times because sometimes people don't hear you. And I don't mean hear you like this. I mean, you post on the blog, you post in the Facebook group, you post in emails, you post on social media, and then sometimes people just miss it. So I had posted something about free classes that I talked about like 5 or 6 times in different areas. And all of a sudden, when I posted that in the Facebook group, a whole bunch of people purchased the free classes. So there's always information. Sometimes you just got to find it. Okay, so let's do this. We are going to just check in the chat. Will you be on Instagram on your RV trip so we can see some of the scenic views? Yes, and I will. One of the things that I need to do from our last trip, I mean, actually, this is a really good segue. So let me rotate the camera. We'll get into our first list, and then this will be a good segue of sometimes how you can see what things look like when we're traveling. All right, let's roll. Let's roll. Let's rotate and roll. Oh, golly, that's in a really different place. So hang tight. Ooh. Somehow that got, yeah, sorry guys. Sorry about that. Sorry, that is, oh my heavens. Okay, hold on. Hold on. What did I just do? Stop. Hang on. You guys, I cannot wait. Just know. Okay, we're back to ground zero. Just I cannot wait till the cameras are all set up. It's just going to take a bit to figure all of that out because it's new software, it's a video camera, it's a new camera, it's all different kinds of things. So eventually we won't be doing this really weird turn and burn. That was a turn and burn, right? There we go. My little rotator device got a little out of whack there. I'm not sure what happened, but there we go. There we go. That's how you know it's all, just a little. That's how you know I'm just a person and not a professional. Not a professional. I mean, we can joke. All right. Yes, plugged in. We are good. So before we get going, let's take a look at our lists from the last time that we were together. We good? I think so. All right, let's take a look at our list from the last time we were together. It's been 2 weeks because we went out of town for Memorial Day. Been 2 weeks. Our lists that we did when we were together last are this first one is recent purchases. Recent purchases is a really great, what I like to call a time capsule list, because with a list like this thing totally changes. It's a living, breathing thing, right? Your purchases are totally changing, especially when you think about different stages in your life. So if I did a recent purchases list when I was in high school, it would be very different from my recent purchases in college, which would be very different from my recent purchases when I was a young professional working for AT&T and buying nylons and pumps and suits and things like that, which will be different from when I was a brand new mom and buying formula and diapers and right. So a recent purchases list is a really fun one because it tells a story kind of the stage in the life and stage of where you are in your life. So we did a really fun little pocket here using the scalloped diagonal pocket die. We added our list in that little pocket and then used stamp set that's been around forever. It was our very first alpha stamp set that we did. This one is Willie, and Willie Alpha is an open alpha stamp, and then Willie Solid is kind of that solid version. So, and of course, we had to do a fun little kind of quote over here, add to cart is my love language, right? So had a lot of fun. Now I will tell you what happened. And this, what happened, things like this happen. They happen to you, they happen to me. When I was stamping this, I was talking and chatting and I really wasn't paying attention to what I was doing. And I don't even know what I stamped in that place. That should have been an O, right? There should have been an O right there, but I stamped something different. And then we all went, oh no, now what are we going to do? So oftentimes when we're working together, things like that happen, and then we talk about what could we do to fix it. And that was an easy fix, right? Just put a little flour right over it, and then in that case, the flour is just a fun right? Yeah, it's just kind of a fun thing. And sometimes you might want to do something like that, even if you didn't make a mistake. Flowers work really well for O's. Pumpkins work well for O's if you're in Halloween. Hearts will work well for O's. So you can kind of mix things up if you need, either on accident or on purpose, right? Next one is not even for $1 million. What would you not do? Even if somebody offered you $1 million. So when we have lists like this, I love lists like this because this is where I kind of get to know you guys because I'm chatting, I'm working. Oh, sorry, really quick here. Product used there was Pink Lemonade, a simple stories collection called Pink Lemonade. And you'll find that on my website at laylemail.com if you like that collection. Yes, and that was a happy little accident. It was, right? So here we go. This one, things you wouldn't do for $1 million. So as I was making my list of things that I would not do for $1 million, you guys piped up in the chat and talked about things that you would or wouldn't do for $1 million, right? And I think we talked about that that would be fun is to maybe also do one, what's something you would do for $1 million, right? But this one, things I would not do for $1 million. And on this list, I used our new Far and Wide travel collection. And you might think, well, Layle, why travel $1 million? What does that mean? Why would you use those together? And I said, well, because one of the items on my list was give up traveling. I would not give up traveling for $1 million. I wouldn't. It's been my life since I was 4 years old. My dad was in the Navy. He got stationed in Japan when I was 4, and that was when I got my first passport. We lived in Japan for 3 years. And it is always travel has always been a part of my life, both any job I've had, any career I've had. Personally, Nick and I both love to travel. And definitely in my Layle by Mail business, I travel all the time for business. So I would not give up travel for $1 million. And this is where we're different, right? And this also would be very different. If I did this list when I was in college, I'd say, sure, I'd give up traveling for $1 million because then it wasn't as much a part of my life. I hadn't necessarily matured and grown to appreciate it, and probably because I hadn't had as many opportunities to travel when I was in college up until that point as opposed to now. So, um, Joanne said things I would not do for $1 million. She said move to a snowy state. You know what I would do for $1 million? Leave a snowy state. I mean, really, you don't have to pay me and I'll leave a snowy state. I would love to live in a beautiful, temperate, year-round climate like San Diego, uh, on the beach. But I'd need to play the lottery to do that. Anyhow, that was our second list. And our last list was glimmers. So, glimmers is something that I introduced, a concept I introduced back in December of 2024. So, we've been doing it for about a year and a half now. But a glimmer is a super easy concept. It's basically a little spark of joy. Okay, what's a little spark of joy that is something that's pretty basic that hits your radar in a day? This was a spark of joy. Even though it may look like it's not a spark of joy, in April we had snow. And our poor little, whatever kind of tree that is, flowering something tree, was covered in snow. So that might not seem like it was a little spark of joy, but because it's beautiful, you've got that beautiful snow on the pink blossoms, that was a little spark of joy. Other things, watching the NHL playoff games with the Mammoth, right? That was kind of a little spark of joy for me. Haven't really been into hockey prior to Utah getting a hockey team, but that was really fun to watch some of the playoff games, right? So little things, right? Maybe you walk outside and see a butterfly. Maybe you see a rainbow. A lot of my things have to do with nature, but they don't have to be yours. It's very much a personal thing, your little glimmers or sparks of joy. So I like to document those every month. And that was what I documented, kind of my glimmers for the month of April. All right, you guys. So that takes us to the end of my traveler's notebook insert. So this one's full. It is done. What that means now, it means it will get mailed off to Amy. What I would like to do first, I think before I do that, I'm going to do just a quick little flip through video I'll put it on my YouTube channel, and I will also put it on Instagram, a very much shorter version on Instagram. And if it's because it's on my YouTube channel, you'll also be able to watch it from Facebook if you're not on Instagram. But I'll just do a little quick flip through. I used to do those in the way early days of our listing sessions. We've been doing our creative listing for 6 years. 6 years now. And so I was really good in the early days about kind of filming a flip through, and I'm going to get back to that. So um, if you missed any of those lists, you can see them on my YouTube channel. There are 6 years worth of these Saturday listings here on my YouTube channel, or you'll also find all the lists in our idea books. Okay, so our first list for today is a list that we do at the start of a new month. Now, we're not quite yet into June. It'll be June 1st on Monday, but it will be midweek, kind of the week of the 10th, when we will be doing our next list. So I thought, you know what, we're gonna say that May is over for all intents and purposes, and we're going to do our about last month list. Um, Let's see. Grace said, how to prepare for journaling a trip. Please explain this topic and when I can follow it. Sounds most interesting. I can't wait for all your ideas, methods, preparing. Grace, I will point you to the website right now, laylebymail.com. There is a section called free classes. There is kind of an intro video to an e-course that I have on my website. The e-course is to purchase, but the intro video is free, where I kind of talk about I have a big process that I started doing about 3 years ago on how I prep to go on a trip and document a trip while I'm on the trip. So that'll kind of give you a little kickoff there. But if you follow along in the live video that I'm going to do in early July, maybe late June, where I actually get my things out and I will do it live and show you what I'm doing, that would be a great one. That would be a great one to tune into as well. So watch for more information about that. The wood on the table, Virginia. This is a husky, a very large husky, kind of tool thing. I don't know. It's probably 3 feet by 4 feet, and a tool chest. And so it's cream colored and it's got lots of drawers. But that's what this is. So we had to find something that was really big that had drawers in it that my all of my camera equipment could hang off as soon as we get that going. Anyhow, yeah. Okay, so because we are done with that traveler's notebook insert, we're starting a new one. This is what I love to see. That is a full one. This is a new one. Isn't that crazy? Like, that's how much that when you're done, it grows, because I like to put a lot of things in it. If all you were doing was writing in there, obviously it wouldn't be that chunky. So this will go off to Amy now. Amy will deconstruct the whole thing. She will photograph it for next year's idea book, and then she'll send it back, and then I will stitch it all back together. Okay, but we're going to kind of keep this one handy for a sec. Our first list, as I was mentioning, is our About Last Month list. So, About Last Month is a list that we have been doing since August of 2020. So I have more than 5 years worth of these lists. We have never skipped one of these lists. It's a list I do every month, and basically it just recaps the month. So today we'll be doing About Last Month for the month of May. Every year since we started the first year, we weren't doing stamps yet. So I think maybe after the first 2 years, we started having a stamp set to go with it. So we've got 22, 23, 24, 25, and 26, I believe, going back to 2022. But every year I come out with a new About Last Month stamp set. And this is the stamp set that I use for every month of that year to document what happened in a month. So if we look at, for example, hydration break, oh, please. All right. If we look at, for example, February, and basically my About Last Months really have not changed format in the last 6 years that I've done them. So I'm always doing some kind of stamping over here. This year, we're using the About Last Month 2026 stamp set, which we'll use today. Here, I'm kind of just doing a run on of different things that happened during the month. Sometimes I add a little something extra in the middle, like this. This was things I pulled out of my February Traveler's Notebook setup after we were done. And then I have photos. I always include photos. Other than that, basically it gets pretty simple because I'm doing the same thing, same format pretty much every month. There's March, right? Using the same stamp set. This one, there were some big events in March. So instead of doing a run on list, I kind of just used the in the box two stamp set to kind of do little boxes to document some things. Lots of photos because that's when our son Jack married his beautiful bride, Kat. So it's also when we moved into the warehouse. There were a lot of things. That's also when I went to Japan for 2 weeks. So I did a little um, kind of waterfall there. So that will just give you a really good feel for what about last month looks like. And then there's April. All right. So starting in our brand new Traveler's Notebook insert, I use the Layle by Mail Traveler's Notebook inserts. And well, Traveler's Notebook inserts I make are standard wide. So they are 5 inches wide by 8 1/4 inches tall. Wait, Sammy Lou's here? Sam? Good morning, Mama. Oh, he said, "Good morning, Mama. Love you. Hope you're having a great day today." Samuel P. That is so sweet. Oh, I love it. Thank you, sweetie. I'll see you guys later tonight. Can't wait. Sam and his sweet girlfriend Lena are coming to dinner tonight. Oh, I love that. That makes me so happy. Every once in a while, Jack, our older son, will just pop in, and I don't even know. I'm like, oh my gosh, I see in the chat people are like, Sam's here, Sam's here. All right. So, always a two-page list. I'll be using this stamp set. Usually I start out with the photo. That's the easiest way for me to start because if I start out with the photo, then yeah, that Sam is today's glimmer. Absolutely he is. Sam popping in. I love it. Thank you, sweetie. Um, so I always start with the photo. In this case, this is a photo. That is one 5x7 photo. When you see it this way, you're like, oh yeah, that looks about a 5x7. When you see it this way, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 5 photos on my one 5x7 photo. I use the Epson PictureMate PM400 printer for probably 98% of all of my printing because I am printing in either a 5x7 or a 4x6 or a 3.5x5. That printer prints all three of those sizes. It's an incredibly powerful little printer. For me, the power of the printer really comes into the app, the free app that is an Epson app that you can use with any Epson printer, and that is called the Epson Creative Print app. I, about a year ago, year and a half ago, recorded a free class that's here on my YouTube channel, how to use the Epson Creative Print app. And it's more about how to really make use of all the incredible features that that free app has. There are some great things that you can do with that free app. One of them is this. Basically, there are pre-configured templates for each of the three sizes that it prints, the 5x7, the 4x6, or the 3.5x5. Those pre-configured templates, you just go in and pick. So this is one of those pre-configured templates that I picked. On that app, you give it access to your camera roll, and then you just push your photos into each of those slots and then print that off. So that is how I have printed that. Amy has included a couple links in the description box of the video. She's included a link to that Epson PictureMate PM400 printer. Linked it on Amazon. I get nothing from, I have no affiliation with Epson, but if you buy that printer through Amazon, I do get a really small little thing from Amazon. She has also included a link to that Epson Creative Print app free class. And I'm telling me, and any of you that have watched that, I know you will reiterate what I'm saying. This is crooked. Hang on. That's going to drive me nuts. Let me just get that straight, friends. There we go. Um, how do how do you get the app to work? Peggy, that's perfect timing. Amy just put a link to my free class in the chat. So click that link, that free class. I tell you, I walk you through how to use the app, and it's amazing, amazing. If any of you have that printer, the Epson PictureMate PM400 printer, or really any Epson printer, and you haven't watched that, I'm telling you, it's free. It is free. It is that the app is free and the class is free. I promise you, it is. I'm giving you all my secrets. I mean, all of my workflow secret. It's not a secret, but it's super helpful. Super, super helpful. And here's the other thing. If you haven't taken the printer out of the box, get it out of the box, friends, because I know what happens to us sometimes, right? We buy it and then don't get things out of the box. So do that. All right. So here we go. Starting with that printer or that photo. First thing I need to do Sam, what do you mean, where's the cat? The cat's upstairs. He's on my other desk in the other craft. He's in the craft room, not the filming studio today. I'm sure we'll see him soon. He'll wander down and really start to bug us. He's upstairs in his bucket on my desk upstairs, sweetie. Mama, yeah, 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 yeah. Um, let's see. Uh, Zen girls, I don't even know what two camera rolls are. How do you have two camera rolls? I don't know how that works. I only have one camera roll on my phone. I don't know. I don't know. All right. Okay. Oh, I love it. Patricia said, class is great. I was ready to go as soon as I unpacked the printers, right? Right, right, right. And you guys, sometimes, I mean, I know sometimes things seem super complicated. That's why I've been using that printer for, I don't know, probably 6 or 7 years. So I feel like I know the app really well. And that's why I did that free class for you, just because it is, but sometimes I know they seem daunting or intimidating. It's not. Follow the class and you'll be good. All right. So I had to trim that a little bit. This is a 5x7 photo. And you guys might think, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Layle, this is 5x7. And you said your traveler's notebook inserts are 5x8 1/4. So why did you have to trim it? You lose a couple millimeters from that center staple. Okay. So just trim that a little bit. And I'm not quite going to adhere that yet. I am using a couple of different things. I'm going to be using, in addition to the 2026 About Last Month stamp set, I'm going to use the Season Pass 2026 Spring Summer stamp. Oh, got it. Google Photos and Samsung Gallery. Okay, yeah, I couldn't tell you. I don't know how to do that. I'm sorry. But I bet if you Google, you might see it. Oh, now we know, Sam. Sam, the whole reason you're here is because you were hoping to see Reggie. Well, you'll see Reggie later. Or just come over now. I'll be using a couple of stamps from this, the Season Pass 2026 Spring Summer stamp set. I will be using at least one rub-on from the Travel rub-ons. And I pulled out again the Year in Review die cut icons. Some of you purchased my Year in Review Traveler's Notebook Project Kit, and so you have the icons with that. A question came up with these the last time I used them. Someone said, Layle, the things that you used in your last list, if I use them in a list, does that mean I won't have them for year in review? And I said yes. So just make sure you know that I'm using a second pack of these. I've already used first pack for my year in review, that year in review project kit in class. So I just pulled out a couple of those icons. What's nice about the year in review die cuts is that basically you have die cuts for all 12 months. Whoopsie, all 12 months of the year. So you've got your seasons, holidays, and different things like that. So I pulled out a couple of things that I thought would work. And I thought these would work because they are some of the similar colors that you're seeing in my photos, right? And as I start doing my list, I'll start explaining kind of what we have here in the photos. Usually when I do my About Last Month lists, I'm not using any paper because I really don't have room for paper. If I put a photo over here and I'm kind of making my list over here, I don't have a lot of room. So color-wise, I will be using a couple of different colors for my stamps here. The colors that I need to use, and the camera will shake just for a sec while I open this drawer. I need to grab a little stand. And I need to grab a couple of stamping blocks, different size stamping blocks. I think that will do it. Let me see. I'm not sure if I need that one or not, but I might as well get everything out now, just so we have them out. Now, what did I do? Oh, here we go. All right. Closing the drawer again. Okay. So the stamps that I am going to pull, I always use this little grid. We need that. This is for the month of May. We are documenting this month, right? We're documenting May. There we go. We also need 2026 because it is the year 2026. 2 years on here, 2026, 2027. I think I will also pull Loved This. And then I have kind of 3 different phrases that will fit into that area on that grid. One is called Here's the Story. One is called About Last Month. One is called Month in Review. So I always call mine About Last Month. Some people like to call it Month in Review. And if you were, you could even just do this saying Here's the Story. I also need '05 because '05 it is the fifth month. All right. Get all those on there. And this is just a really inexpensive little cheap acrylic frame. That's kind of my little stand. All the stamps I need to use are on there. All right, I think we better go ahead and let's go ahead and kind of get this guy going. I thought this would be fun. This little camera, I liked that little camera die cut had the little strap on it. And I thought, you know what? I bet maybe we could just kind of hang that right up there. That would probably work, right? So let's do this. Let's turn that over and kind of adhere it. There we go. Now it will stick for us. I always start with photo, especially before I pick colors, right? Because my colors are pretty much going to be defined by the colors in my photo. I pulled these three. I'm not sure Broken China. I think Broken China may be a little off. So I pulled Faded Jeans, Mowed Lawn, and Broken China. So those colors, especially Faded Jeans, and then pulling in some of the green. You'll see green here, here, and here. So I thought that might be nice to mix together with my grid. Now let's look at Broken China. So Broken China tends to appear a little bit more maybe in some of these pieces, right? Broken China, and then this guy probably a little bit more in the Faded Jeans. So I do have three different colors that I can use because I have a grid. And then obviously I have a number of different stamps that I'm using as part of that grid. So as I start to then figure out what that is going to look like, I'm going to grab my little notebook, my little testing notebook. When it comes to stamping, there are a lot of things you can do that are super simple that I think will make your life much, much easier. Number one is testing before you actually commit. So here's an example. That was March, right? That's what I ended up doing in March. I had picked three different colors and I first did the grid and then I did the different colors. As I'm testing, I'm getting a couple of things out of the way. Number one, I'm making sure that I like the colors. Number two, I'm making sure that my stamp is clean. Number three, I'm making sure that I know how much pressure to apply. Look what happened here when I first did that. Something was going on when I tested that. And you'll see I kind of did it again and then did it again. I would much rather figure something like this out as I'm testing as opposed to learning that on my project. So you can never, I never, ever, ever have regretted testing. Sometimes I test and I'm like, oh yeah, that looks like it should. And then I'm happy. The next thing when it comes to stamping, right size your stamping block. That to me, let me just bring this down a little bit closer so I can see it. Right size your stamping block. That is another thing that I have found that makes life so much easier when you're stamping. What I mean by this, if I am stamping and I only have one stamping block, right? If I only have one stamping block, my stamping block has to be the size of my largest stamp, right? Which that would be it. That would work on there. That absolutely would work on there. But the larger your stamping block is in relation to the size of your stamp, it's a little bit harder to work with because if my little stamp is right here, that means I have all this other area that I've got to try to get down flat and a nice solid impression without, maybe messing it up. So right size your stamping block to your stamp. I have lots of different stamping blocks on the website. Some of them are ours. Some of them I carry of other manufacturers. We have two new stamping blocks that we've just produced that are on the way to us right now. So watch for those to come soon. Just kind of continuing that idea of right sizing your stamping block so you have some different sizes. All right, so with this guy, I want to look at something. Sometimes I flip the grid. What I mean by that, I will show you both of these. See those two? Do you see how on March The line where About Last Month goes is at the bottom. And on February, where About Last Month goes is on the top, right? So just because your stamp looks like it goes one way, don't be afraid to play, right? So I think what I'm going to do for this month, I think I'm going to flip it. I am going to flip it so it looks like what I did on February. So this little guy is going to be at the top. Now, if I'm going to use these three colors, I now need to decide what should be my grid. Let's try this. Let's try Broken China for our grid. Then that way it's just going to give me a little bit of hint of that color, right? Because there's not a lot of surface area on that grid. All right. So what will be interesting is it might not be enough of a contrast. So we'll just see. Then we have, what do we think we want to put up here for, should we do green? Let's try green. No, I feel like we need green for May. So we'll put May in green over here. Let's see, does that work? So technically that would work, but I would say I would never do that. The reason why, can you see how that stamping block is slightly too small? Do you see how over here it is sticking out the edge of my stamping block? That's not a good idea because anything that is not under this anything that's not under the stamping block, you're not going to get a really good solid impression there. Same thing is happening over here with the Y. So in a pinch, if that's all you had, I would say go for it, because if that's all you have, that's all you have, but you're better off upping your size of stamping block. These are things that I learned over trial and error over many, 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 many years of stamping. When I first started stamping, I really didn't like it. I really did not like it because of things like that. I didn't know. I didn't know that it's not okay to have a little bit of your stamp, sticking out the edge and that you might not get a great stamped impression. There we go. That looks good. I like it. So next, if we go the same way, looking at that, I had, what I'm going to end up doing? I am going to end up, I think, flipping the grid, because what's going to happen is when I stamp, let me show you. I'm going to clean this off, and that's a really important part of the process. I am going to use this again. I am going to clean it off, and I am going to use faded jeans instead, because there's so little of broken china that we're seeing. We're not really going to be able to kind of get that nice fun pop of color. So because I am changing color, I cleaned it. This is a very important part of the process again. You want to dry. If you're going to re-ink with a different color, right after you've cleaned it, need to dry the stamp before you apply your ink again. The reason for that is depending on your inks, you definitely should always clean between colors. But depending on your inks, if you are using a pigment-based ink, pigment-based inks are water reactive. I use distressed oxides. Distressed oxides are a pigment-based ink. So if there's any moisture on your stamp and you put new ink on there and go to stamp, that ink could react to the moisture and give you a little bit of a different look than maybe you were expecting or planning. So always a good idea to dry in between. I'm going to go with that for my grid, so then I can come in and use a little bit, we'll get a little bit more of a pop of color with Broken China. So that is using faded jeans. And when we see down there, you can see it's a little bit different, but really not different enough. And if I want that pop of color, I'm better off using with my words. Okay, so now we need 05. Let's do About Last Month first. So I probably need this guy again. Oh, where am I? Where am I? Where am I? Shabby Rose Creations. They are not adding any new colors. Tim Holtz announced it's been at least a year that the color palette was complete. So there are 72 colors, and I think black and white are separate from the 72. So there's technically, I think, 74. But yeah, they are done with the 72. And that's of the distress oxides or the distress inks, both oxide and um, just regular distress. Okay, so we're going to go with this guy. You'll notice I'm getting that nice and inked. Typically, you will always see me turn it over and look at it just to make sure ink looks like it is applied everywhere. Now, I'm just going to put it in this little grid anyway, even though it's going to end up going in that color. Your stamps can take on a totally different look based on the colors that you use, right? Look at this. Same stamp set. Look, totally different look based on the colors I use. Here I have yellow and kind of a purple and a pink, and here pulling in green and blue. Same stamp set. So if you're not using colored inks with your stamps, you should. All right, I think we will go then with, do we want to do? I think we might want to do the green and the 5 as well. Let's just look. That's funny. Virginia said, Gina, who knew stamping was a technical process? You know what? It's like anything. Um, the more you play, the better you get and the more you learn, right? So when it comes to stamping, and inks. I pretty much only use inks for stamping and inking the edges of things. I don't really do any mixed media, so I don't use inks for that. But I need to play, right? We need to play because that's how we learn. I do not cook. I do not cook at all. So I think I'm good with that. And technically I probably wouldn't even need to use that if I want to give it a little bit of extra contrast. I suppose I can. All right, so I think we're ready, right? I think we're ready. Let's get resituated here. Come back in over here. I am going to pull out my pencil board. Pencil board is a flat surface that you can slide underneath something to stamp or write on. Now, usually, I mean, I'm early in my traveler's notebook, so everything is flat here, but I try to be in the habit of always using that so I don't forget. Let me grab, do I have any clips down here? I think, oh, here we go. Let me just clip this on like that. Okay. Thank you, Terry. Yep, let's hydrate, friends. Hydrate, hydrate, hydrate. Virginia said she used a mini cube, one of the little 1x1 cubes. Here's a tip on that. She said she had a hard time getting enough ink on her stamp. Sometimes you notice, sometimes I will take the ink, the stamp, or excuse me, the ink, and I will ink like this. And sometimes I will do this. Kind of depends on your stamp, all right? The size of your stamp, the size of your inking block. So maybe try both ways and see if that helps. Okay, so now we are ready. We'll go, ooh, actually, now I just need to, now I need to think of something. I'm gonna go back to my sample here because I need to leave enough room. On this one, I stamped loved this above it. So 1, 2, 3. I started stamping my grid 1, 2, 3 lines below. So 1, 2, 3 lines below. That is where my grid is going to sit. Right? Does that look right? That just looks like it's so short. Yeah, the top of the grid will go right there. Okay, so we're going to ink that guy up. I'm going to test it again one more time just because it's been a second since I did that. Make sure that it's good. So that was me. I stamped on top of something else, and I also was not making sure I had a nice, good coverage. I wasn't giving even, I was not giving even pressure. So let's go ahead and get that ready again. Turn it over, and I'm going to pull this a little bit more towards me just so I can see. That little guy's going to go right there. Now, I just realized something that could get me in trouble right here. I am very carefully going to try to slide that little guy out because the top of my stamping block just hit that. And because the top of my stamping block hit that, I am afraid that the top, um, the top part of that stamp might not have done a really good, nice impression. So we're okay there. I'm going to do this over here instead. Okay, so then I'm not going to run into anything. All right, let's clean that off and we'll get it put right back on our thing. Oh, Carol, thank you. Carol said, I love all the hints, tips that Layle shares with us. You know what, you guys, this is okay. I'll kind of draw a little parallel here. I do not cook. I think I had started saying that before. You're probably like, what did that have to do anything with Layle? Because I forgot to finish. I don't cook. Um, if I were to try to sit down and make a souffle, I'd be in big trouble, right? Because I have no clue what I'm doing. But if I could go watch a video of somebody making a souffle and talking to me about all the basics of cooking and, hey, when you're cooking, here's the deal with the souffle. I need to be really careful and quiet and don't hit the oven because it might implode on itself. I don't know. You need to make sure you get the right amount of baking soda and baking powder. Don't just, toss things in. It's very precise. If I was trying to make a souffle and I was trying to do it on my own, I would have no clue, right? So, as much as I can share, something like that would be helpful for me. So, I like to share. And it would also be really boring if I'm just sitting here stamping and you guys are like, wait a minute. Why do you do that? Why do you do that? There's nothing that I do or don't do. That's what I'm gonna say. There's nothing I don't do when I am stamping with you guys that I don't do when I'm doing it on my own. Um, I do all of this. I do all of the testing because that's part of the process. So I'm not doing anything extra just because you guys were here. I guess the only thing extra that I'm doing is telling you what I'm doing. I wouldn't be telling you what I'm doing if I was by myself, even though I'd be talking out loud to myself because that's what I have to do all the time these days um because hang on. I was going to switch to that, but I need to use my O5 because I am so used to having to basically give a play by play on everything I do when I'm teaching or a play by play on everything that I'm doing when I am live that it has spilled over into my real life, my everyday life. And so I walk around verbally out loud giving a play by play on everything I'm doing. I'll be like, oh yeah, that's right. I need to do the laundry. So I'm gonna go in the laundry room. Oh wait, hold on. Before I do that, I better go get my cup of coffee out of the microwave that I left in there 10 minutes ago and have now reheated 8 different times. But I give that we all have a play by play a lot of times in our head. Mine just it has to come out. So I'm giving you the play by play as we're working. Um, so I might as well teach while I'm doing it, right? Okay, now we're ready for May. This little stamp set is super versatile because not only, if you're not using it for about last month, you have all the months, you have the numbers 1 through 12, you have the little grid, you have a lot of different things that you can use. There's an add-on stamp set that's part of this called About Last Month Add-on that actually has all the rest of the numbers that goes through 31. So if you wanted to just document like a particular day using the grid, then you could do that too. And then I saw somebody say something about you like that I don't, let's see, no pressure to buy products. I hope you guys don't feel that way. I hope that you don't feel like this is one long infomercial. It doesn't feel that way to me. And if it ever felt like that way to you, then I would certainly want to know. No, of course, I have my own products and manufacture all my own products. And so I want to tell you what I'm using and that you can buy them from me. But, I don't want you to ever feel like it's one big sales pitch because that is not what this is for by any means. Okay, so now I think we are going to do we might as well pull in this fun little broken china a little bit, right? So broken china, we will do, oops, what did I do? Where did about last month? Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. You like the play by play and the squirrel moments. Yeah, there's lots of squirrel moments, aren't there? I know, I know, I know, I know. The other thing too, have you ever watched something like maybe, I don't know, maybe a cooking show or I don't know, whatever it is, and the people are doing something, you're like, wait a minute, what are they doing? Why are they doing that? Right? Sometimes they tell you what they're doing, but sometimes they don't tell you why. And sometimes it really helps us if we understand the why. What time is where we are? In Paris, it's 7:10. Where I am in Utah, it is 11:10. So I live in the mountain time zone, Pacific time zone, kind of the western part of or the western coast of the United States. It would be 10 a.m. And on the East Coast, it would be 12 a.m. Or really noon, I guess. But welcome, KRN 2092 from Paris. Do you live there? All right, stamping about last month right here. It's going to be a little crooked. Oh, no, not, it's good. Here's another thing that you may not know because you would not be able to, you wouldn't be able to tell this as I am working, but I stand. I stand the entire time. Anytime I'm teaching, anytime I'm designing, I stand. I rarely am sitting down if I am teaching or designing. Um, so even if you normally sit down while you are being creative, I highly recommend that you stand while you are stamping. There is a huge, I can't even stress enough the difference for me in the outcome of standing versus sitting when I am stamping. Your stamping is all about leverage and range of motion. So if you are sitting, these are your T-Rex arms. You have very little range of motion when you are sitting. So if you stand up to stamp, and I always just encourage people to try it, just to, try it, see what it feels like. If you stand up to stamp, it makes a huge difference in my opinion. You have much more leverage and range of motion. I feel much more confident when I am standing stamping. Well, and you know what? Truth be told, I feel much more confident when I am standing, period, as opposed to sitting. Okay, and then we're going to do love this right here. And for loved this, I switched back to faded jeans. So there is my cluster for May. Loved this in faded jeans about last month in broken china, and then the rest of it in mode lawn. I love mode lawn. I love that green. And I don't know, I really love all those colors. Can't go wrong with any of those. Okay, so now we're getting close to starting our list. I want to pull this out. I am going to come in and we'll put that out of the way. We don't need that right now. I'm in and do my little, I love green and blue together too. You'll see lots of green and blue together in Far and Wide, my travel collection. I'm just doing my little outlining with my little Sharpie. Oopsie. Oh well. Kind of went off the page a little bit there, but that's all right. That's okay. All right. Here, let's talk about the pictures for just a minute. Because this is part of what you'll find on my list. Nick and I celebrated our 31st wedding anniversary in May 20th. That photo is from Jack's wedding. So that is a very, I love that we have that photo of us together like that. We have a lot of photos of us together, but not, not a fancy one like that. So that was May 20th. Nick and I were in Tacoma, Washington in May. Nick had to be there on business, and our son, Jack, and his wife, Kat, live in Tacoma. So I tagged along with Nick and did some work while he was working, and then we enjoyed the weekend with them. We drove to Mount Rainier, checked another national park off our bucket list. We went to Mount Rainier. This was over Memorial Day weekend. That is Monument Valley. Monument Valley is on the border of Utah and Arizona. It is one of the most beautiful places on earth. It is stunning. And that's a photo I took there. This, while we were also on the trip, we drove about 2 hours from where we were camping to Mesa Verde National Park. So in 1 month, we checked uh, two national parks off of our list. This guy, Mesa Verde National Park, is in Colorado. That's why we were in Colorado. The person that's here from Colorado. It is the coolest. I mean, I don't know. Every national park I say is the coolest. I'm in love. We're in love with national parks, but that's a dwelling under a cliff, and this dwelling probably has. I can't remember this particular one, maybe 50 rooms in it. This is where some of the Pueblo Indians lived 900, 700, I mean, many, many, many hundreds of years ago. But isn't that cool? And then launched my far and wide travel collection. So those are kind of the photos from the month, and then I'll kind of do my list over here. But there was one thing I wanted to do on this photo. I am taking the travel rub-ons. So travel rub-ons, I will use in two lists today. Let me find, I'm still here. I just bent down looking for something in one of my trays. Where did they go? Oh, here they are. Travel rub-ons. Oh, golly, why is this on the floor? Look what I put on the floor. That was silly, Layle. Let me just deal with that really quick. Yeah, it's a beautiful national park. I mean, it's amazing, 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 amazing. Hello, second to the right, Susan. Did you stay at the View? Carol, we did not stay at the View. The View is was that the one at Mesa Verde? I mean, is that the one at um Monument Valley? We had our RV. So we were staying in a place called Valley of the Gods that is in the middle of nowhere. Middle of nowhere. There are no services. We're basically just boondocked. So we're just in our RV out in the middle of nowhere. Um, and then when we went to Mesa Verde was a day trip from there, so we didn't stay anywhere. The travel rub-ons. So travel rub-ons, there are two 6x8 sheets. And so I have, I've already worked with one of those sheets. So I am going to grab, let me just put this guy away, because if you don't put your stamps away right away, good luck later trying to find them. Okay. So what I thought would be fun, this guy, that rub-on that says wide open spaces, I thought it would look amazing right there. And yes, you can put a rub-on on a photo. You can put a rub-on on pretty much anything. I wouldn't recommend putting it on a textured surface. So if you're working with textured cardstock, or if you're putting it, I don't know, I wouldn't put them on a wall, but you wouldn't want to really put it on anything that was textured, because especially in one like this, that is a pretty fine, you would lose a lot of, I think, that design. So with the rub-ons, I have already taken them out of the package. I had already stapled the two sheets together. Your rub-ons have the design sheet, and then behind them they have their little friend. That little friend is just as important as the design sheet. That little friend is there to make sure that your rub-on does not stick onto something you don't want it to. All right. So I staple the sheets together, and then when I'm ready to use a rub-on, I cut it away from the sheet. So that is what I did there. What does boondocks? Susan, that means you are basically out in the middle. So we weren't camping here. We were about 45 minutes away, but let's pretend like we were camping here. Basically, it'd be like we pulled our RV up right there and just set up. There are no services. There's no bathrooms. There's no power to plug into. There's no water to plug into. On BLM land, land that's run by the Bureau of Land Management, you can pretty much go anywhere as long as it is a designated space. So if it was here, and it's not here, but just drawing an example, I'd be fine right here, but we couldn't just take our RV and go out into the middle of that. That's what boondocking is. All right, so now we've got this little guy, and I'm going to take that, and my rub-on is going to go right on top of that photo. So as I look where I want it to go, I think it'll still be okay right there. It's a little bit darker right there in my photo, but we'll still be able to see it. So I'm going to set that down, and I am going to, now I'm not going to move it, right? That's a really important thing about working with rub-ons. Once you place them, you don't want them to move. So you don't want to let go. You do not want to let go. I'm using my very fancy high-tech rub-on tool here. a popsicle stick. Popsicle sticks come in my rub-on, so you've got something that you can use. And I'm just going to take that rub-on and start rubbing it onto, excuse me, take the popsicle stick and start rubbing it onto that rub-on. Your rub-ons will release from their release paper, from the sheet, through pressure. So that's what I'm doing here. I am applying pressure to the rub-on. And you'll notice I am never letting go. I am rotating to get to the part where my fingers were, but I've always been holding on. That's a key thing when it comes to working with rub-ons. You don't want to let go. If you let go, there's a chance that that rub-on will move. And if you think about it, part of it has applied and part of it may not have applied yet. So if the rub-on moves, then you're going to end up with a space or a crack in your rub-on. Okay, so now let's take our little tweezers. Next thing, I don't want to assume that it's good. I want to peek because if it's not good, it hasn't moved yet. I can just lay it right back down and rub where it didn't, come off and then kind of lift back up again. So on this, I don't want to scratch with my tweezers. So I just kind of bent that a little bit. Don't want to scratch the photo. And now I'm going to start to peek. Does it look good? Does it look good? Does it look good? Is everything applied? It does. And now I will just run that over my finger, run my finger over that, and there you go. There's my wide open spaces. So pretty subtle. Now that I see it, it's a little bit harder to see, right? It's a little bit harder to see where that darker area was, but I didn't necessarily have any place where it would fit where I didn't have a dark area, right? If I put it right here, it'd be kind of up a little too high. So if you are using your rub-ons on something, kind of be aware of what you are rubbing it onto to make sure that you'll be able to see it fully. So you can still see it there, a little bit. I think the next thing that I will do, I think I'm going to take, oh no, I know what I'm going to do. I was going to use that Journey rub-on right there, but instead of the rub-on, I am going to use the May definition from the 2026 Spring Summer Season Pass. So that guy, let's see if it'll fit. Will it fit right there? It will fit right there. It's going to be a little tight, so maybe am I better off up here? All right, so here's the deal. It's probably better off up there, and it would look, kind of like this if I put it up there, right? The only thing about up there is now there's a lot going on up here. I feel like we kind of need that breathing room up there. So I am going to put it down here and we'll just make it work. It's a little tight, but we'll still make it work. So let's see what I want to use. I think we'll use this guy. It's nice and right sized from a width perspective. So I know I don't have one that is that width that's narrower because it will not work with this guy. So that's going to be my closest. And I think should we do green again? I think we should try green. Let's see if we like that. The season pass stamps. So the season pass stamp set, there is a 4x6 stamp set that comes out with each season pass. It is included in the season pass kit, but they're also offered a la carte. So there will be four, because we'll have 4 season passes this year. And they all have the month definitions on them for whatever the months are for the season. So this is spring, summer. So we have April, May, June. May, a perky month that boosts sunshine, wakes flowers, and pretends allergies simply aren't its problem. Do you guys suffer from allergies? I do not. Curious though. Yeah, the tweezers are awesome. The tweezers, those are my reverse grip tweezers. So if you notice, they open opposite the way that a regular pair of tweezers do. Regular pair of tweezers, you have to squeeze to hold closed. Reverse grip tweezers are already closed. You have to squeeze to open them. So they're really nice to work with if you were like placing things or trying to lift things up because by default they're closed. All right, let's see this is going to work here. I don't want to get that stamp on the photo. If the stamp is on the photo, your photo paper is a little bit slick, and not all inks are meant to work on slick surfaces. So you probably can't tell, but the bottom of that photo ends right there. So there's a little white border around it. So there we go. All right. Now, the other thing that I thought I would do, we need to get something else in here over here. What if we just do a nice little thing like that there? But we don't really need a lot over here because we've got a lot of color going on over here. We did a lot of color here. I mean, the bird works, but the bird is kind of, I mean, I suppose the bird could go right there, right? If the bird goes right there, though, it's really full over here and really empty over here. So to me, that would look really weird. So I think, let's see if we just kind of maybe put this little guy, maybe just right in there. So it just kind of tucks in there a little bit. That'll just give us a little bit of color. No allergies here either. I don't have allergies. My mom, when I was growing up, had horrible allergy, like horrible. I just remember like really, really, really bad. All right, now let's go. Where'd my tweezers go? And we'll just put that kind of right there. We still know that's May, right? It's still May, so we're good. All right, there we go. Let's clean this guy off. And then there was one other thing I wanted to do over here. And it is a stamp. So it is a stamp that is also from the spring summer season pass. All of season pass products, once they are done, they are done. So you don't see them come back. And I think this season pass, there are a couple of paper packs left, I want to say, and then a couple of stamp sets left. Everything else is done. All right, that guy is too small. And we already learned we don't ever want to use a stamping block that is too small. That is not a good idea. All right, so I'm using this guy. This one. This snapshot, storyteller, random thoughts, pieces of life today, document the details, highlight, remember. That's a really great stamp for just something kind of generic. So I thought what I would do is maybe just pop it somewhere in here just to give it a little, actually, maybe. What if we did something like that? I think I'd like that because then what we've created here, we've created a visual triangle. We're kind of going here, here, and here. So it's kind of drawing our eye. I feel like if I just do that, it's kind of plain. It needs something else. So we're going to we'll put this guy first and then, because there's kind of a little spot that looks like it's meant for that little bird's beak to go in. So the die cuts that I'm using here are from the year in review icons. All right, that will look good. And then I make my list around this. When we're doing this list together, it usually probably takes me about an hour and a half or yeah, we're already an hour and a half in. Well, not really an hour and a half in because I have, we did our little hello and catching up and housekeeping items at the beginning. But look at that. Isn't that nice? That stacked word art is so fun. Um, But this one, when we're together, probably takes me about an hour and a half. If I was doing this by myself and I wasn't giving a play by play and explaining and talking about the photos and the whole what about last month is and all that, it wouldn't even take me an hour. Maybe 45 minutes, probably not even that. If I knew exactly what I was going to use, it wouldn't even take me that long. So I don't want you to look at something like this and go, oh my goodness, this takes forever, Layle. I would never spend that much time. Or maybe you'd say, you know what, I'd like to spend that much time, but I don't have that much time. You only need two things to do what we do when we're listing. You need something to write with, and that's like perfect for that. You need something to write with and something to write on. Beyond that, you do not need anything else. So if you just want to make a quick list of the things that you did last or this month, really, but in May, then do it. Just make a quick list on a piece of paper in a notebook, and then you have it. And if you keep doing that month after month, then eventually you've got a whole nice list of, kind of the things that you did. Hello, Miss Julie Fallon. Julie's at Crop and Create this weekend, it sounds like. Very good. All right, so now we're ready for our list. My list of things that happened last month, right? So I keep track of all those things throughout the month in a couple of different ways. But primarily it's through my camera roll. I take a lot of photos. And so I remember kind of what I kind of remember what has been going on via my photos. Sometimes I'll also look at my calendar to see what's been going on. And then I'll grab your question in just a second, Virginia. Sometimes I look at my calendar, but basically, when I sit down to make this list, I make a little list right here, and that's how I remember. Also, kind of do a little sketch. So you can see here, this was my sketch of what I wanted to do before we started today. I wanted to hang a little camera there. That was my photo layout. I wanted to put wide open spaces there. And then I rarely do any kind of sketch here because I'm always using kind of that same stamp set. So, all right. Oh gosh, I need one more thing. I need a bullet stamp. I need a bullet stamp because I this is a run-on list. So I need a little stamp, little tiny stamp. I am going to use, I think I will use, I'm going to use the heart, just a little solid heart. There are three different sets of bullet stamps, Bullets and More 2, and Bullets and More 3. Those are probably, I would say my most often used stamp is Bullets and More 2 of any stamps that I own. Bullets and More 2, because I pretty much, for the most part, am using a bullet stamp on all of my lists because I need something to separate the things on my list because it's just one big run on. I'm using a different stamping block. Remember, right size your stamping block to your stamp. That is a really teeny stamp. It absolutely would work on that. It would work on this. It would work on any of my stamping blocks, but particularly when you have your little teeny stamps, it gets much harder to use a really teeny stamp because there's so much surface area around your stamping block. So if I use a really small stamping block designed for small stamps, that is the stamping stylus. So that's one of our stamping blocks. Stamping stylus, really easy to use because it is like something our hand is used to holding a lot, right? Same length-ish, same circumference-ish as a pen or pencil. So I just ink that up and start stamping. And there are my little hearts. And my little hearts, what I'm going to use to separate the things on my run-on list here. So starting out with, we had the beginning of if you will remind me, Virginia, remind me about slipcover question when I get this list done, and that will be a nice transition between this one and our next one. The other thing is, if you will, also you guys remind me as soon as we get this list done while I'm cleaning up between this list and the next list, remind me that we want to do another giveaway. Okay. I'm just going to do a little visual separator or a divider. This we're going to start calling a divider when I do this. And this will make a lot of sense when I call it a divider come mid-June, hint, hint. A divider to visually separate our list. Okay, so we had a 2-day international scrapbook day celebration on my YouTube channel. We re-released our second travel collection, Far and Wide, which we've been having so much fun playing with. Ooh. Now, these first couple of things are very my business oriented because that's a lot about what ends up being in my last month because that's a lot about my life, but it's all not that way. So you'll start to see some of them are more of this. We began designing Booville. That is as I'm sure you can imagine, Halloween collection. Oh, you guys wait until you see it. It's so cute. It turned out so well. I can't wait for you to see it. I designed and taught. Let's go mini book class. Do you guys do about last month? I'm curious. Do you do about last month? And if you do about last month, what's one thing that'd be on your list? Is there a bullet set with the flag, US style? I don't think so. I don't think so, Virginia, because it would have to get really, really, really teeny. There is a star, which would probably be as closest that we have to a US flag star. Um, yeah, it'd just be because the bullet stamps are so small, it'd be hard to get that kind of the US style flag in there. Um, and Margaret's son turned 20 on May 6th. I love it. Gina does year in review and adds her list to them every month. I love that. Wonderful, wonderful. Um, Carol does about last month. Her daughter's 22nd birthday will be on my list. Yeah, so a lot of times there are things that are related to me or related to my family or let's see. No, Booville. Booville. BOO, like boo for Halloween. Booville. Booville for Halloween. Yeah. All right. Christmas is called Holidays. HOLLY space DAYS, which is also done and in production right now. Being manufactured. All right. So, tagged along with Nick on his business trip to Tacoma. Spent time with Jack and Kat. And we checked. I almost put Mount Rushmore. Oh my gosh, that was almost bad. Mount Rainier off of our national park bucket list. We finished. I finished our new workout room. My business, my company used to all happen out of our house, all of it. So in the basement, that is where everything was. All the product. That's where Lily and Denise worked. And when we moved to the warehouse, in March, then everything moved, which was so awesome to have my house back again. So we took one of the rooms and turned it into a workout room, which that has just been awesome, so fun. And because this is just what I do, it's all looks nice and cute, and it looks kind of like a spa. And anyhow, so Louisa, we did some really short walks. We didn't have a lot of time to be there. So Nick and I will need to go back for sure one day and really, really, really explore. We didn't have a lot of time to explore though. We had dinner at Slackwater, kind of a pizza place one night. And this is just, so some things are super basic, right? Some things are super basic. I had wonderful flowers from Jack and Sam for Mother's Day, which was so sweet. Nick and I took my mom to lunch for Mother's Day. So this list, it can have product with it. It cannot have product with it. It can have stamps with it. It can have not have stamps with it. It can have pictures with it. It can have not pictures with it. There is no right or wrong way to do a list like this every month. well, I should say the wrong way is not to do it. I really want you to do it. But whether it's just pen and paper and that's all you use, or whether it's product that you've had in your stash forever, whatever it is, I haven't missed one of these since August of 2020, and it's a great way to look back in all the different months to see what kind of happened. We had snow on the 18th. We had snow on the 18th of May. Stop it already. Yeah, that's spring in Utah. You never know what you're going to get. We had our 31st anniversary. That's crazy for me to think that. Like, seriously, 31 years. That's just long time. Long time. And we finished the designs on 5 new Traveler's Notebook covers. 5 new ones that you'll see come out later this year. A lot going on in these parts. We did a long trip over Memorial Day weekend. We were gone 6 days in our RV with no hookups. That takes some work. Because we have bed and bathroom in there and kitchen and it's still really small, but you have all those things. And you only have so much water, so you have to make sure that you ration. I mean, we take drinking water with us, but ration in terms of um, bathing, even though on a trip like that, when there's 2 of us, there is no formal bathing. You are not, even though we have a shower. When you're gone that long, you don't have enough water for that many days to also shower in our RVs. So you get really good at finding products like large bathing wipes and washcloths and things like that. So that may be TMI, but long trip over Memorial Day weekend, and then when you get home, you're really excited to jump in the shower. Um, we Valley of the Gods, where we camped. We spent time in Monument Valley and checked Mesa Verde National Park off our NP list. Okay, there we go. It's done. There is About Last Month for the month of May. Another one in the books. All right, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to clean up. Actually, I'm going to have a sip of water first. I'm going to clean up. I'm going to answer Virginia's question about when do I slipcover, and then we will move on to our next list. Okay? All right. Um, So, did I say giveaway? I can't remember. Giveaway time. You know what giveaway time means? It means to start chatting it up, friends, because that's how we do the giveaway. So pop in the chat, say whatever you'd like to say. Just remember, as you're chatting and saying what you like to say, I am not going to see it. So if it's something that you need me to say, like, that's not a good place to ask a question because I will totally miss it. And Amy sometimes can see that, but the chat goes by so fast it makes it a little bit hard. All right. So as I'm cleaning up, Virginia asked a question. She said, "When do you slip cover?" And some of you know exactly what she means when she's asking that, and others of you are like, "Wait a minute, what slip cover? What does she mean by that?" Slip covering is something that I cover in some of my Traveler's Notebook classes. Definitely as part of my monthly setups that I do with Season Pass. Um, that is, hang on, let me get all these things. So we better leave that out. We'll leave that out. My little guy, got to clean that right away because if you forget your little bullet stamps on your little stylus or whatever stamping block you use, try not to forget them, because if you forget them, then they will get lost because they're just too small to, stick on that thing forever. And I'm always sad when that happens. All right, let's put that heart back on there. So, I slip cover in a couple of different ways. I slipcover my traveler's notebook inserts, and what that means is, as I am working in another traveler, I use a lot of traveler's notebooks, right? This is the setup for my for June, the month of June, in my traveler's notebook, using the season pass, the June portion of the season pass. So something like this calendar insert, one of the Layle by Mail calendar inserts, this I move from month to month in my traveler's notebook. So I decorate this every month. I take these things out at the end of June. In fact, this was May. That was May. So when a month is done, I take everything out and then I do an inversion. Every month, I am slip covering my inserts. You saw that one of these was my slip cover for my calendar for the month of May. But then when May's over, I change it. Now I have one for the month of June. My calendar insert is moving from month to month to month. So I slip cover it so that I can easily decorate it for a month. But when the month is over, I can remove that slip cover and put a new one on for the next month. Okay. So that's what Virginia means when she's saying, when are you going to slip cover your insert? This is a little bit different when we get to this guy. This guy right now is really nice and small. So I could theoretically slip cover it right now. But look what happens at the end of the month, or not the end of the month, but when I'm done using an insert. Usually it takes me about 3 months to go through an insert. If I had slip covered this right now, you know what would happen? It would be a mess because there's so much in there. This starts to happen. The pages start to stick out because I've added so many things. So this then goes to Amy. Amy takes it all apart. She photographs every list for the idea book, and then she ships it back to me. At that time, well, at some point after that happens, I do this. It's all taken apart, so I need to put it back together. I don't slip cover it like I do my monthly traveler's notebook inserts. I slip cover those because I am taking them off and putting a new one every time. This is now permanent. So when I'm ready to go from this to stitch it all back together, I take a larger piece of pattern paper. I make it now longer than or wider than what this guy was, right? Because the pages stick out. And then I use wax thread and a blunt nose needle to stitch it back together so all the pages are together again. There's a free class here on my YouTube channel that walks through this whole process on how I do this. So different, this doesn't end up getting slip covered. Eventually these are permanently covered because I need to stitch them all back together. Slip covering for me is more when I am switching out the cover of an insert month after month after month. So hopefully that makes sense. Hopefully that makes sense. And I will tell you, I have lots of rainy day projects in there because I have many of these that have now been photographed for the idea book where I still need to stitch them back together. All righty. So that takes us to our next list. But before I do that, we need to do our giveaway. So this giveaway is going to be one of the 2026 About Last Month stamp sets. So not the one I use, but you get a brand new one, right? One of the 2026 About Last Month stamp sets that I use to do my About Last Month. So the random lucky winner of that one, I'm gonna scroll way up, is oh gosh, that's hilarious. This is how you know it's random. It was Amy Sonneman. Now, Amy does not need that, I know, because I know she already has it. She also works for Layle by Mail. The person below that was Louisa. Louisa Mochizuki. Louisa, you are the random lucky winner of the 2026 About Last Month stamp set. Congratulations. So, Louisa, please send an email to laylebymail@gmail.com. And please, in the subject line, put winner 2026 About Last Month. It's super helpful if you guys, when you win something, put what you won in the subject line. Because if you don't, then I get your email and then I have to go figure out what you won. So, Louisa will email me. She'll tell me what you want. Louisa, if you already have that, just let me know and we'll send you something different instead that you don't have. So congratulations, Louisa. Sorry, Amy. Amy's good. Amy doesn't need it. Amy doesn't need it. All righty. Our next list. Our next list is another list that we do on a monthly basis. And it is something called What a Day. It is another time capsule type list. What a Day takes one day. I take one day and I remember what I did that day. Usually, when I pick the day, I'm like, ooh, I better write that down so I remember because I don't know about you guys, but for me, sometimes trying to remember what I had for breakfast a couple of hours later is not easy. So I really try to write down that day. I'm like, okay, I'm going to do this for May 28th, which is the day I did. I'm going to do this for May 28th. And I am going to write down what I did that day. And then I make a list of what I did that day. Very much a time capsule, just as we talked about last month, kind of being a time capsule in terms of what your month was like and how that changes from when you're in high school or college or young professional or teacher or a mom or a dad or a pet owner, whatever it is, you're retired, your months kind of change over time. Your days definitely change over time. And I really, really, really wish that I had really either of these. I wish my mother or my grandmother was making one of these lists when they were young, right? Wouldn't it be cool if when my grandma in the 50s, I had a list of her day, like what she did in a day, or my mom in the 70s? That would really be so cool. Now, what I can do is I can go back to any of my idea books, right? I can go back to any of my idea books and look at, actually, this one, I don't think we'd started doing it yet. Let me go to the next one. This guy. This is all of our lists that we did in 2023. What a day. Page 15. So I can go to the idea book. This is easier for me to see, and I can look at all of the lists that I did in 2024 um, per month. So I can go back and go, oh, what was my day like in February of 2025? What was my day like in May of, sorry, 2024? What was my May like in 2024? So a list like this is just a really fun way to document a really specific snapshot or time capsule in your life. All right. So with that, let's see, what am I using? Ooh, I'm using some new products. I brought in a new manufacturer. Wrong, wrong. RONG, RONG. Some of you know this brand. Um, Wrong Wrong is the name of a woman. She is the designer. It's her company. She grew up in China and moved to the US. She wanted to go to Fashion Institute and she thought that was what she wanted to do as her career. And she ended up really taking a turn. And she started a company where she designs a whole bunch of different products. So I have brought in a bunch of her sticker books and then also some of her PET tape or PET tape and all of her some of her washi tape. Yeah, so you guys can now get some Wrong Wrong products at laylebymail.com. So, this list, I am going to use a couple of her products. I am going to use potentially, there's a quote for that, and there's another quote for that. We'll see that. I'm going to use the Junk Journaling sticker book. I am also going to use the Rainbow Dots collection. Now, one of the things that she's known for, and I haven't brought, I'm still trying to get my arms around the different products of hers that I want to carry. So I brought in some generic sticker books and also brought in like some planner type sticker books like time to date. So some different dates and month stickers and number stickers and things like that. Um, Alpha sticker book. But she is very well known for her characters or illustrations like this. And she has made it a point to represent different races or different nationalities. So you will often see those types of designs in all of her products. So I haven't brought any of those in yet. Like I said, I'm still kind of trying to get my arms around what types of products of hers that I want to carry. But that's really what that is really what she is known for. I'm gonna take a quick sip here. So I am going to use junk journaling for my she's incredibly talented. I'm going to use junk journaling for this list, the junk journaling sticker book. I am going to use the rainbow dots collection, and I think maybe we'll see. Um there's a quote for that. These are really fun sticker books. There's a quote for that, and there's another quote for that. Guys, these sticker books, so both of these 21 pages, and those are probably, I don't know, maybe 7 by 10. So lots and lots and lots of really good content for you to use there. Some of these are so funny. Did I just roll my eyes out loud? I speak fluent sarcasm, professional overthinker. So the word strips are fun, but all of these. So some of them are, some of them I won't say normal. Some of them are nice and sweet, like choose to shine and life is tough, but so are you. And then some of them are really funny, like shopaholic. Shopping always is a good idea. Forget the rules. If you like it, wear it. Cancel my subscription. I'm done with your issues. Work again. Really? Didn't I just do that yesterday? Finally. So you have some really fun, a really good assortment. Save water, drink wine. Save water, drink wine, right? So you end up with a lot of stickers in our sticker books. They are a little bit more expensive because there's a lot of them. Okay, so that's my plan to use these. The rainbow dots. These I'm really excited about carrying this sticker book because, and I wish it told us how many stickers there are total. These are just little dots. They're just little circles. But when you think about the type of lists that we do and the bullets that we need sometimes, these are great for adding little numbers to and just making your little list with numbers, or doing similar to what we did on this list. But instead of having to use a stamp, you could just use your little stickers in between all of your dots, in between all of the things on your list. So really excited for that too. All right, so that's what we're starting out with. Um, this will be a 2-page list, and I kind of have an idea in my mind of what I want this to look like, but I didn't sketch it. So we'll see. We'll see how this is going to work out. We're kind of just free forming here. All right, so I need to have I feel like I want to have some pattern paper on both sides as a base before I start. So I just pulled this guy out. This is an Elizabeth Craft Designs 12 by 12 paper pack that I have, that I sell. And it's just, I liked the colors. There's some fun like teals and blues and things. So this is 12 by 12. They don't do a 6 by 8 in this, so I bring in a 12 by 12. And I just thought I would. Now, this could be, when we look at this guy, with possibly this. So we have lots of little different, almost like little bulletin board pieces. We have some really pretty florals here, but I won't use on this one because those are a little bit more fall than I would like to get into. I loved these things. I thought we could do some fun things with these. What I'm envisioning maybe on the second page, I'll do my list on the first page, but on the second page, I thought I might use some of these kind of little type things and maybe do some little rub-ons on the inside just to be a little bit more decorative maybe. So I'm kind of just trying to figure out how I will use these. Some fun film strips. These I love too. So I think I might do something with one of those, but lots of different options for just working into really a lot of different kinds of things. But now that I see this piece of paper and I see some of these things, I think these could go really well together. So I'm going to take this and, ooh, maybe those two together. Let's do that. Let's use those two together. Ooh, I don't know, because that's fun too. Now look at this. Now as I'm looking, this is kind of fun too. This date, we're going to use this. We're going to do something with this. I'm going to cut this out right now because I am just going to come in here for my what a day. That'll be a great way to make my little date. So when it comes to junk journaling, ooh, you know what I think I might have to do? I think I'm gonna take a quick break here, really quick. I am going to put a little sign down so you know that I ran upstairs for a minute. I am going to go grab one of my traveler's notebooks that I do my junk journaling in when we travel. So let me just do that right there. Let's put my little be right back sign here. I will be back in just a second. Let me go upstairs and grab. Oh my gosh, that was almost really bad. I almost tripped and hit my head on this, and that would have been bad. All right, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm, I am back. I'll try not to be too out of breath after running down the stairs. Okay, so I had to grab this from our trip. When I travel, I'm generally taking my traveler's notebook with me, one of them, because I like to document on the road. That is one of my traveler's notebooks that I'm currently working in when I do that. Everything when I go goes in a pouch. And if you saw all of my, if you saw my bag with all the pouches that I took with me, this pouch becomes a nice storage pouch for everything that I collected, bought, or grabbed on the trip. All of these kind of things, the brochures, the national park maps, all of those things, anything that I buy, even things like this. This was, we got at a restaurant. That's a free little, magazine in one of the restaurants. I'm like, ooh, I could totally cut that up and use that for some fun different things. So everything from a trip goes in its own pouch like this, so that when I am ready to kind of continue working on the stuff from that trip, it's all together in one of my craft storage pouches. So that's where this guy was. When I am traveling and I kind of do my junk journal style, that is an example of what I did from our national park trip. So when I'm doing a junk journal style, I'm just cutting a lot of things up. That's the map from Mount Rainier from the national park. And then I start cutting up bits and parts of magazines and using stickers, just lots of things that I find along the way. So this kind of junk journal style, you see me do a little bit in our listing sessions. I do one every once in a while, but primarily I'm doing it in my traveler's notebook. So we'll kind of do, my thought is a little bit of a version of that today, but instead of using like stickers and things that I buy, from a national park or something, we're using product that we have. All right, so we're going to take this little date. The beauty of junk journaling is it can be anything you want. You can use junk journaling product, or you can just cut things up out of magazines, free brochures, which I do a lot when we travel. Okay, this guy, I am going to, that would be kind of fun. That's a little like date stamp. I cut that away from that card with my small scissors, and now I'm going to fussy cut it with my fussy cutting scissors. These are very different scissors than you're used to seeing, right? Your scissors, all scissors, pretty much like that, right? These guys, they sit in the palm of your hand. There's a raised edge there and a raised edge there, and that's where you put your fingers. Your thumb goes there, your pointer finger goes there, and they just sit in the palm of your hand like that. And very small motions to cut. That means you can get into some very small, tight areas very easily. They're spring loaded. So that's where the scissors are doing all the work for you, as opposed to regular pair of scissors having to do all the work for you. So now I'm going to just take those little guys and kind of fussy cut around this fun little date stamp. Doo-doo-doo. This is when we need our little background music, right? When I went upstairs, Reggie's still sound asleep in his bucket on my other desk. Sleeping away. At some point here, he's going to decide he wants to wake up and then he's going to come bug us. Amy just asked a question. Amy said, would anyone enjoy seeing some of Layle's junk journal layouts in the 2026 idea book? They wouldn't have a live link, but more of an inspiration section off camera. We would love to know that. I love that, Amy. Thank you. Yeah, my junk journal stuff is very different than my lists, for sure. But they can totally cross. And when I take you guys on the road with me in July, one of the lives I will be doing is one of these. And how I sit down, and I'll actually do it live. There's another one. I'll do that live. All right. Okay, so we've got these two guys. We have my date. Now we need to trim both of these. Let's trim these guys down to 4 3/4 by 8. And I do 4 3/4 by 8 because awesome. Awesome, awesome. Okay. Sounds like, yeah, sounds like we'll do it. Sounds like we'll put some of those in there. All righty. So 4 3/4 by 8. I do 4 3/4 by 8 because my Traveler's Notebook inserts are 5 by 8 1/4. So when I do 4 3/4 by 8, it just gives me a nice little white border, the page, a white border all the way around. Now, most of the time you see me work in a 6 by 8 pad. I prefer to work in a 6 by 8 pad, or work from a 6 by 8 pad, I guess I should say, if I can, because I'm going to look at something here. Because, right, I'll explain why I did that in a minute. I prefer to work in a 6 by 8 pad because the scale on a 6 by 8 is smaller than on a 12 by 12. What I mean by that is if we had this pattern in a 6 by 8, the flowers would be much smaller. So we'll be able to see more flowers in the same area. Okay. But sometimes there are no options. We don't have an option for a 6 by 8. So that's what we're doing. Now, I also see, I was looking to see if there was a flower I could fussy cut. And there are. So I'm going to do this. I'm seeing this. So when I do this, I always come in first with my larger scissors, just to kind of cut it away from whatever I'm fussy cutting it from. And then I finish up with my fussy cutting scissors because it's much easier to do it that way. So kind of did a little, we'll see what we end up with here. There are kind of 2 flowers here and a set of 2 leaves. When I'm working with the fussy cutting scissors, you see that my left hand is really doing a lot of the work. My left hand is moving the paper. My right hand is just barely, I mean, it's barely moving when you watch, right? You can see. Watch. I'm going to try to get close so you can see. Watch my thumb and my finger. This will be a little bit harder to do as I'm trying to make sure that you can see my fingers. But do you see how they are, now they're hidden. They are barely moving. My dad always taught me, dadism, use the right tool for the job, right? you use the right tool for the job, it makes life a lot easier. So fussy cutting, you can do some really cool things with fussy cutting like this. I don't have any stickers or die cuts to use on my junk journal spread here, but I can certainly cut them out of a piece of paper. I could spend a while cutting all of those flowers out and do something really cool, but I won't do that. So we've got something to start with. We'll see if we end up using that some way. We'll use some part of that. I don't know which part I'll use yet, but because I don't have a lot of really die cut pieces to my disposal as I'm using this guy. We'll see where we get with that. All right. Just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. All right. You can also, I have some of the junk journal spreads that I've done on the blog. So if you go to laylebymail.com and click blog, there's a little drop down up at the top. And you can look for junk journal. I think it says junk journal glue book and it'll show you some of mine. But then also on Instagram, I have them there too. All right, so now I won't do my lists on here. And we're going to do list over here, I think. Well, I need to figure this out first because we want to do, if we're using some of these cool boxes that we liked, like some of these guys, is it better to have these guys over here or these guys over here? Because either way, my list will be on one of these guys. I'll trim that down too, but that will go on there. That is my graph paper. You see, kind of see that little light blue. I'll put this one up so you can see that little light blue grid or graph. So if we do here, then these things would just be over here. Or if we do here, then these things would be over here. I can tell right away. I know which way this needs to go. So let me just show that again. This would be over here and my list would be here and these things would be here. Okay. Or we've got it this way. My list would be here and my things would be here. So when I look at that, it tells me right away. I knew right off the bat, these need to go here because they will pop much better over here than they will here. Here they just kind of get lost. And then this way, it looks like I kind of have like two totally different kind of things going on. Now, I do something like this to try to join them together, but these guys will pop way more over here. So that's what we're doing. Put that. Oh my gosh, Adeline? Adeline, is that you? Is that our young teenage Adeline from Arizona? Oh, please tell me it is. Okay. I'm going to keep going, but I'm going to wait. I mean, I'll keep going, but I will watch and see if that's Adeline. Oh my gosh. No, wait. No. Or is Adeline Tabitha's daughter? Now I don't remember. Which one is it? Which one is it? Is Adeline's Tabitha's daughter, isn't it? I think I got that messed up. We've got two younger girls that join us sometimes. But there's one, the one from Arizona. I need to remember her name. We haven't seen her in a really long time. All right. I bet it's Tabitha's daughter. I think that's Adeline. Anyhow. Ay. Which Adeline is it? Tell me. I think I've missed all kinds of things, so we'll see. Okay. I'll be doing my list on here. So it's going to go over here. So we need to, let's just eyeball what we want. It's me. Which Adeline? No, I don't know. It's me? Tell me if it's Arizona Adeline or if it's Tabitha Adeline. That's funny. It's me. I don't know who me is. Because I asked too many questions there, right? That's all on me. All right, there we go. And there we go. I'm just eyeballing that. Yes. Okay. It is. It's Adeline. It's Tabitha's daughter, Adeline. I love that. Tabitha's daughter, Adeline. I don't know. I kind of feel like she's grown up with us here, right? Kind of, right? It's been a while. Adeline. Oh my gosh. I don't even want to know how old you are now, Adeline. I mean, I do, but you just growing up fast, aren't you? She did list with us for a while. Way back in the early days, right? Way back in the early days, I remember. But it's been a long time. So fun to have you pop in, Adeline. Are you with your mom? are you on your own? See, you never even before, like she was so young back then, she didn't even have her own like YouTube to, she'd have to tell Tabitha to tell us things, or she'd have to jump on her own, or, type on her, anyhow. Love that. Yes. It's really important to me that we continue to have youngsters like Adeline doing things like this. Even if she's not doing this with us, it's really important. I think kids and young adults lose their will, their drive, I don't know, their passion for being creative. And too many kids spend too much time on their phones, and so they don't ever do any writing. And this to me is a really great way to encourage kids to write because it's fun and they can pop stickers down and make a fun list about all the boys they have a crush on, or I don't know. All right. So what I'm going to do, I am looking for a color. I'm going to say it's probably evergreen bough is probably the one that I will use. How about that? I don't know I know many of the colors kind of by heart, but you just look at something and you know what that is. But that evergreen bough is going to be the color that I want to use to ink the edges of this. So that's pretty stark white, right? We need to bring some blue over here, or the greenish color, right? That's pretty stark white. So I am going to use that ink to ink the edges of that white. So I have pulled out my ink blending tool, and I am pulling out the foam, the evergreen bough foam that I use. And that little guy goes right on that tool. I am going to now circular motion the top of that ink pad, and I am going to ink the edges of that place that I'll be writing my list. So that is going to do a couple things. It is going to kind of make that white edge not so harsh, but it's also going to bring the color from the right side of my list now into that left side. And then when I do a little bit of stamping, I can use that same color to kind of continue to bring it in. You've now pretty much seen the only two ways that I use ink. I stamp with ink and I ink the edges of things with ink. Those of you that are maybe used to working in a scrapbook or working in a mini book or something like that, even if you make cards, basically basically I'm getting the same effect as if I matted that color underneath that piece. But I tend to not do that in when in my traveler's notebooks because it just adds a whole other layer, and they get chunky as it is anyway. Wanda said they don't realize how important this will be later in life, right? Writing things down. She said, I wish I had done it myself. But you know what? We're doing it now, right? We're doing it now. So never too late to start. Um, sometimes I meet people and they tell me that they're teachers and that they do some of these things with their students, which I think is the coolest thing, right? Imagine if you're a teacher, actually, imagine if you're a parent and your child's teacher, when they were young, started doing something like this with them. Like, hey, let's just make a list of what you did yesterday. Or, hey, let's sit down and make a list of what you did last month. Or, hey, what do you want to be when you grow up? And they're just getting people writing lists, right? And then maybe there's somebody like me that has extra product a lot, and you have a teacher that's a daughter of one of your employees, and you give her things, and then the teacher takes those things to school and gives all of the extra stuff to the teachers, and then the teachers have things, stickers and things like that, that they can play with their kids with. So now imagine you're in fifth grade, or your child's in fifth grade, or grandchild or niece or nephew or whatever it is, and they have been getting their vegetables sneakily via zucchini bread. You know what I mean there? When our kids were little, we'd make zucchini bread. Now, granted, that's not the best way to get your kids to eat vegetables, but just go with me here. Getting kids to eat vegetables via zucchini bread. Getting kids to write things by making it fun, right? What's your favorite superhero? And kids are sitting down there like, oh, I love this one. I love that one. I love this one. But they're writing it down. So we're getting them in the habit of writing and documenting, but it's just guys display, right? Yes. Okay. I'm just checking the chat for a minute. Never too late to start. Exactly. Never too late to start. All right. So, next thing I need to do, I need to round my corners. I like to round the corners, the outside corners. In this case, this is a spread. I like to round the outside corners because the corners of my inserts are rounded. So then it just kind of, they just kind of sit nicely and blend nicely. All right, I think I may, let's see here. Let's see what I'm going to do. I may need to, in fact, I do. I'm going to take one more, sorry. I should have grabbed this when I was upstairs. I'm going to run upstairs and grab one more thing and then we'll be good. Then I should have everything I need. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Because I think I will need this for part of my list. This is another thing I take with me when I'm on the road. This little pouch has little pouches inside. All of those things I have cut from anything that's free. Free magazines, free brochures. When you go to an airport, when you go to a hotel and they have those little wooden stands that have all the free brochures and things, all the tourist trap things, and you think, I'm not going to Legoland. I don't need to grab that Legoland brochure. I would say grab it because on the back of the Legoland brochure, there's a little map of Southern California. And so then when you're doing your junk journaling, cut that out. And there's a little map of Southern California in your junk journal. I cut out all of these words. So tons of different words. These are all, I need to label them, but they're all different things. Like this one is travel related. This one is kind of art related. But this is a great thing to do. You collect those things. Like this one is even just a catalog that came in the mail, a wholesale catalog for I don't even know what it is. But I look at this and I'm like, ooh, you know what? This is kind of fun. Like that would be fun to cut out for a junk journal. I could cut that out for a junk journal. I could cut that little frame out for a junk journal. I might even cut out new things for a junk journal. So there's lots of different things that I could cut out from anything like this. So this takes the idea of junk mail to a whole new meaning. You will start looking at junk mail totally differently. Even look at that. Like that, of course I could cut that and out and use it. So I wanted to go grab the, oh my gosh, wait a minute. What did that just say? Hold, please. Lists for life. Oh my gosh. Oh, I have to cut that out. That's awesome. Anyhow, so I keep all kinds of things like this. When we travel, I collect all the things. But if you're binge watching something on TV and you feel like you're being unproductive on a Saturday afternoon when you've watched 8 episodes of the Dutton Ranch in a row, get your scissors, get your junk mail, and just start cutting those things out. And then that way, when you're ready to work on something, you've got all this really fun stuff. Okay. And then you can organize it. That's the other thing. I didn't take a hydration break yet. But that's the other thing is if you can keep it organized, that's also really important. Otherwise, you're looking, you're just kind of looking everywhere uh, for things. All right. So somehow I will use something like that in here. I know I need to use something like that in here. I've got this little guy. I have my little date, and that's really, and I could have found that in some kind of junk journal thing, right? All right. This is May. We're doing this for the month of May. I also want to grab those and this stamp. So if I'm documenting what a day for the month of May, Let's see where we might want to. I know I always use this one. I love the big one. I love the big one. Now Virginia said, I sure miss magazines. Now they're so expensive. She splurged on something the other day, $17, but it's beautiful, right? You can, and I haven't tried this, but I hear people talk about this. Go to your local library. Libraries have magazines, and in a lot of cases, when they are kind of out of circulation, they will have them for free, or they will offer them for really, really, really inexpensive, like a quarter or something like that. Yard sales, estate sales, that's also a great place to find magazines. So if you were looking for magazines to read, that'd be a great way to find magazines. But the other thing is, if you're looking for things to cut up, but I will tell you, you can get all the free things by the airport or the hotel. If you have a local chamber of commerce, you could go there. In some states, you can even, I know Utah's one of them, you can even write. You just have to figure out who to write, right? And they will mail you like brochures from the state. So if you're driving, going to visitor centers, we hit some visitor centers in two different towns while we were on our trip. And you guys, I can't even tell you the amount of great brochures that I grabbed from just the general area. It's just, I mean, there's a lot of free stuff that you can use out there for your, for any of your projects. Okay, let me figure out how I think I want to work this. Unless maybe if we want to go back to this, I wonder if there is one of these where my little May would fit. I bet there is. Let's see. We need kind of a squarish one. Would it fit in here? It kind of fits right there, doesn't it? I kind of like it on there too. All right, I think we're going to do this. Let's grab this one. And maybe we just do kind of like this here. Let's put this guy maybe right in the middle-ish. Like that. All right, now let's get our May. Actually, hang on. I'm going to see if I can pull this off first. Gently. Gently, because I'd like to add a little bit of ink splatter behind that, I think. So put that guy right there and get my ink splatter stamp. There we go. So this is a totally different type of art than we did on the last list. And yes, they both are art, friends. Don't let anybody tell you that all of your playing with any kind of things is not art. It's all art. It's different kind of art, right? They're all different kinds of art. Oh, not that yet. This. Okay, I'd like to do, I think maybe little ink splatter. So this is ink, textures, ink splattered. There you go. Right at the Chamber of Commerce. Yep. If you're going somewhere, write the Chamber of Commerce ahead of time and say, hey, I'm coming to visit. And do you have things you can send me? Usually you can also go to the Chamber of Commerce website and see if you can find, see if you can find things there. Or they'll give you an address or whatever. Okay, let's just test this. So if we do that, and then that kind of goes like that, we just have to figure out which way we want the direction to go on that. Oh yeah, because part of it will end up being covered up. So let's try this. Maybe our little splat like that. And then this guy is going to go, oh, that's not the right guy. That's another one I pulled off. We want this guy. This guy will go kind of right here. And then this one will come in here. And then where'd my little date one go? All right, we'll see. We're getting there. Oh, I need to clean this off now. Oh, Virginia, that makes me sad. Virginia said, oh, yes, one of my friends said she didn't understand why I painted, glued, researched, took classes writing when I could do nothing with it or sell it. I was stunned and so hurt. The friendship is no more. but not because of that. So here's the thing. If somebody that's like somebody saying, "Why do you read a book?" Like you read a book, you don't get to sell anything after that. It's a hobby, right? You're like, it's a hobby. It's a hobby. Why do you watch TV? You don't get anything out of it. It's a hobby. I don't know. Sometimes it's best to write off people in your life, unfortunately, right? Yeah, not everybody understands what we do. Well, I'm sure there's all kinds of people that are like, "Lady, you are crazy. I would never sit there and spend a whole Saturday doing all of this." And I say, "Well, you don't have to, do you? You don't have to." All right. Now, one thing I'm going to do, that as I look at that is a little bit too long. I don't want it's going to pop down below my little piece there. I don't want it to pop down below my little piece. So I'm just going to take a little sticky note here and create a mask. All right, so that the part that will pop down below my little box here is still going to stamp, but it will stamp on my sticky note, and then I pull the sticky note off. So there's my little mask, and we'll see how that works. Let me get this a little bit closer to me so I can see. Ooh, there we go. Looked like I didn't have enough ink there on the bottom of my Y. Okay, so when I move this, pull the sticky note off, see how that worked? Little mask. I have sticky notes with me all the time, even when I'm traveling, if I plan on doing any stamping, because they come in clutch for that. And the nice thing that they're sticky. I mean, you could do it with a piece of scratch paper, but because it's sticky, it's not going to move around on you. All right. So this guy will come in here now. And this guy, let's see where we want this little guy to go. Because what I still need to do is somehow in here, I need to say that this is what date this was, right? What if, what if we do this? What if we grab our roller date stamp? So this is the 28th. I am documenting the 28th, May 28th. And I feel like we should probably just use the same ink, same color. And I think we'll just go right down here. Ooh, a little hair on there. May 28th. That's our date. Not quite straight, but that's okay. Because everything's kind of a little off here, right? Everything's a little crooked. So maybe we'll do that and we'll do that. There. That's cute. So I could have just as easily found, I don't know, maybe something like that I mean, I just cut that out of a piece of paper, but I might be able to find that in some of my junk that I have, collected and cut out from different magazines and things over the years. That looks like our little roller date stamp that went there. Okay. This is my not about last month. This is my what a day, where I'm just describing what I did in a day. May 28th. This is a very different type of style that you see me do most of the time during our Saturday listing sessions, right? Um, I mean, we're still doing a list, but a different type of style. And this, for me personally, when I play, this is how this is how I play when I'm like just playing to play in my, like by doing stuff like that. That is right. That's kind of how it's very freeing. There are no rules, and I just cut all kinds of things out, and it's a lot of fun. I think this type of style is really a lot of fun. All right, now I feel like we're gonna need maybe this guy is going to end up going over here a little bit more. So we just might need to figure out, you know what, this guy's not working for me. This little flower here is just not quite working. So we're going to cut him off. So we just have this one little flower and our blooms, our blooms, our leaves, not blooms, Layle, those are leaves. Okay. We'll figure out. We've got to use that somehow over here. Maybe we still end up using this guy somehow. Just so we're trying to bring that stuff together, one side of the page to the other side of the page. And I feel like we also need maybe a little bit more ink splatter down here, just to add a little bit more of that look. What I also may need to do here is probably want to do a little bit of this because I don't want my little ink splatter to go on that. So I'm just creating another mask here around that corner. So whatever I stamp there will not end up on that tan part. I'm just going to kind of bleed off the edge there. Ooh, that's fun, isn't it? Um, that stamp set, you guys, the ink, what is it called again? Textures, ink splatter. That there is a really great series on the blog called 5 Ways. And it shows you there are 2 so far. There's another one coming next month. But the 5 Ways series, one of my incredibly talented design team members, Layle Murphy, takes a stamp set and shows you 5 different ways to use it. And one of those, the very first one that we did, is that textures splatter. So if you want to get some ideas on how to use that textures splatter stamp set, holy cow, she will blow your mind. She will absolutely blow your mind. So that's on the blog too. Just use a little drop down on the blog at laylebymail.com that says 5 Ways series. All right, so we'll keep that off to the side for now. Now I feel like I want to bring something in the bottom down here. So I'm just going to one of my little pouches, and I haven't labeled it yet, but I can tell based on what's in there. I can tell that this is kind of calendar themed. So like seasons, numbers, calendar. What if we did something like that? Early signs of spring. And it just kind of went right there because, I mean, we are in spring right now, right? May 28th, that's spring. Some different. So the way that the way I organize these, just, what makes sense to me. So ongoing summer events, play in the snow. I've got numbers in here, calendar in here. So that makes it a little bit easier if you're looking for your things, if you organize them. These little pouches. Amy, will you pop those little Amy, you're so good. Amy just popped the link to the 5 Way blog series in the chat. So that is a great way to easier for you to find. Sometimes I'll even do this. Do you see that? This is like a page number from a magazine. If you cut those out, if this happened to have been the 27th, I could have just put that boonk right there, and that would have been cool, but I don't have that. Lots of different things that you can cut that are free. All right, so let's figure out. I'd like to use this guy now. When I cut them out, I'm usually kind of going pretty quickly. So I probably better just make that nice. If you're on an airplane, you can take scissors with you on an airplane. You absolutely can. I'd go really small though. You can't take like a scissors with a 12-inch blade. Don't like that. But you can in the US, for sure in the US. I promise you, because I do it all the time. You can take a small pair of scissors with you in your carry-on. And sometimes when you are stuck in a place like that you can't leave for a long time, like on an airplane, that's a great way to pass away the time. Take a bunch of your magazines, grab a bunch of the free brochures at the airport, and then take your scissors and just cut them out. Amy, will you also link these little pouches, those little pouches in the chat? I think those are always linked in the what I'm using pages for our Saturdays, but that's just those little Velcro pouches that I use to kind of keep all of those things organized. There we go. Okay, next up. We know we're going to do our list there, but I feel like we need to work a little bit over here now. And I was thinking I was going to do a couple things like this. Let's see. Just going to kind of set that down for a sec. It's not all the way set yet, so figure out the best way to use this guy. Actually, it's kind of cut off that way, so I feel like we might just have that be in the corner. We'll see. Sorry, I totally lost my train of thought for a minute. Virginia, yes, they're Teflon coated scissors. Teflon coated scissors are nonstick. They're pretty awesome. That teal and brown is kind of a fun combination, isn't it? All right, so let's look and see. My thought with now pulling in some more of these little guys is to I might do some either little quotes or rub-ons or a mixture. So I think what we should do is probably just start to pick some, and then we'll figure out what we're going to put in them. Put that guy there. Maybe we'll put another one here. Maybe put another one. This type of style would also work really well for a list. You might be like, well, wait a minute, Layle, what do you mean? How would I put a list in there? When we looked at, when we were doing the About Last Month list, we looked at my list here from March. Normally, my About Last Month lists are like this, where it's just a big run on of the things I did. March, there were some really big things that happened in my world. Our older son Jack and his now wife got married. That was a big thing. We moved to a warehouse. That was a big thing. Went to Japan. That was a big thing. So sometimes my list, like this is just 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 4 things on my list, but I am grouping them in little boxes like that. So you could use little boxes like that still on a list. I'm not going to make a list here, but now let's see if we can find one more that would work from this little junk journal. Ooh, this is a fun one. I like this. This little envelope might be kind of fun. Let's see. It might be too big though. Is it too big down here? If we did this and maybe this. I don't know. I feel like that envelope is a little bit too bottom heavy, right? That's pretty small. And then I just feel like that's a little bit too bottom heavy. So we'll use that again. I love that envelope. Let's go back to, there was something else on that sheet that I thought would work. This frame, I think, could be really fun. Let's put that back down. Make sure it really sticks. And then get maybe this frame, because it's just not as wide as that other piece that we had. Like that. And then does this work down here maybe? Maybe it works more like this underneath it. No, it needs to be on top. So let's just figure out how to make this guy work. I'm going to do this. I'm going to come in and cut these little leaves off because I don't like where they are in the orientation of the flower. I'm still going to use them, but I'm going to do this maybe, and then maybe put them a little bit more. That's probably where they were, huh? Maybe like this. Aha! There we go. So if it seems like something you're fighting with something and it's not really working, don't be afraid to cut it apart like I just did. Make it be a little bit more like that. So now we don't want it to be too much. It's just going to kind of a little bit tie in our pieces that are over here. So let me grab my tape here. Do I have a picture to put in the frame? You know what? I'm possibly, I'd have to look and see if I took a picture that day, right? And guess what? Here's the other thing. Even if I didn't take a picture that day, but I took a picture the day before, the day after, you know what? I could cheat and put it there because no one's going to know that it didn't exactly happen on that day. And if somebody knows, they're not going to care. And if they know and care, guess what? Then they don't need to be part of my world. How did I have that? Did I have it cut? No. I think we liked it kind of like that. Now, see, I wish I had remembered how I had it. It was over here. I think it was a little bit like that. All right. So the reason I put that tape on there that kept that in the same position where I wanted it, and now I will just cut off the edges. We're going to have to do something else around here. I know, I can tell already. I can tell already. All right. Now we need to do our outlining because that's going to drive me crazy right now. So we'll come in here. We still even really haven't stuck those stickers down yet, have we? Okay, I won't do the outline in the center of the spread because the center of the spread is, well, it's a spread, so it doesn't need an outline in it. Okay. And we'll keep going that way. All right, now I need something else to go. And remember, these aren't quite set. Well, this guy isn't quite set yet, right? It's not quite all the way down. So I feel like this might need to be over. Let me see here. Can't go that way. We'll see. Something here. Let's come back and look over here. Now we have a couple of these little butterflies here, maybe. Actually, kind of like that one there, but it's not here yet. This is. So this is what happens. Now I'm like really like thinking and working and I have no clue what you're saying in the chat. So if you are like, Layle, 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 I have not seen it at all. Just know. I'm totally missing whatever you're writing. All right, let's see what else we might put. What about one of these guys? Nope. I think what I am not liking is that shape. I think that little square there is causing me some consternation. I don't even know if that's the right use of that word there, but it's causing me to not like what it looks like there. We need, it's not wide enough. We need something unless, ooh, what if we did something like this? What if we take this and kind of just put something behind it? So it's a little bit, we're making it wider. I think that'll work because that'll also help tie into a little bit of the black that's over here. Okay, so now we are going to grab a stamp set, rub-ons and or rub-ons. So let me look what I did with those. Oh, please, will I find them? Documenting the details. I could really do either one of these. I could do glimmers or documenting the details. So documenting the details. You'll never guess what happened. I mean, that works there, doesn't it? This is just a plain old day. You'll never guess what happened. It's not very, it's not like there's anything exciting. It's not like I'm like, oh my gosh, you'll never guess what happened. So if I have stamps, I can do this. If I have stickers, I can do this. If I have rub-ons, I can do this. I think we'll just do this. You'll never guess what happened. Will probably fit right here. Yeah, that's good. And it will even partially go over my little, that would be a butterfly, Layle, my little butterfly. So although I knew what I wanted to use, I knew I wanted to use paper from this paper pack, and I knew I wanted to use this junk journal pad. I had no other idea on what I wanted to use until I like opened the paper pad, and then that's what got us there. And then I'm like, oh wait, we need to bring color over here. So that's when we pulled in that stamp set. So a lot of it's very organic. Well, everything here is organic because I didn't have a plan. All right, you'll never guess what happened. And then what I thought I was going to do is just kind of continue to put things in here, right? We'll see what works. A story worth telling. Here's the deal. This is absolutely a story worth telling. It's a random day. Sorry, you're getting my roots there as I am bending over. Um, it's just a random day. But a random day is a story worth telling, just like a story worth telling when something big in your life happens. It's all just part of documenting, right? And now what I think I'm going to need to do is I need to pull a little bit of this more over here. So we'll figure out how to do that next based on what I have. And probably what we need over here in the early signs of spring is maybe another, might need to pull one of those flower stickers in over there. With the black rub-ons, depending on how thick they are, like how, how heavy they are in terms of like the words, you can start to see when they have released from that release paper because they start out really shiny black and then they get more of kind of an opaque black when they're all rubbed on. So you can kind of see it's a little bit cloudy because it's released off of the paper. Now, released off of the release paper, now onto your project, whatever you're. Okay, there we go. Now, I think we're going to come back. Oh, wait, we said we needed to look over here to see. We need a little flower or something because it is, probably should bring something like that over. That would be really fun to use. Like if you wanted, like if I was down here and I hadn't put my date there, I could put the 28th right there and then it would be in that corner, but I already did that. So we won't do that. Looking for something that is tall. We know we had them over here. What if, so these won't work as well over here because they will cover up my little sign there and they'll also cover up my little inking stuff. So let's see if we can find another flower that maybe wouldn't cover up so much. Maybe one of these guys. If this guy goes here, because this is a magazine clipping, it will probably not, yeah, I'm not gonna be able to get that to lift off. I would have ideally had that go right there, and then early signs of spring would have been right there. I don't know, do you think we can get it to lift off? Let's see. We can try. Ooh, very gentle. Very gentle. I am not a patient person, so I think it's gonna work. Okay, there we go. And now I just want to cut all these little things off of the edge. Hi, Emma. Nice to see you. If you have one loose rub on, do you staple it to the page or just turn back in the package? I staple it. So if I had just this one rub on right here, I would do this. We'll just pretend that I'd used everything but this one rub on. I would staple that, Virginia, because if you just throw it back in the package like that, it's going to come off on something. So staple it, and then it's got its little friend behind it, its little protector friend. It's like its little bodyguard. So it's there with it, not, it's there with it the whole time until you're ready to use it. And then you can cut it away from that. But that's what I do. Otherwise, you run the risk of that rub on ending up somewhere that you don't want it. Hi, honey. How's the fishing? Nick just popped into the chat. How's the fishing? All right, so now we need these spots. So let's see what else we have. If we went to the glimmers one, oopsie, I just lost something. We need things that are a little bit taller, right? So probably nothing from there. Hmm. What if we did, I think this might work. What if we tried to do a little splatter over here? That could be fun. Maybe, do we do it in black? Because I feel like it'll kind of get lost with that color. Let's do it in black and see what happens. Well, we're going to see what happens. It might not turn out, but we'll see what happens together. Did you catch any fish? Fishing is good. Catching is a little slow and rainy. Yeah. Well, fishing is good. Catching is another thing, right? All right. I don't think I have down here my re-inker. I'm probably close to needing to re-ink that one. If you missed it, if you've been getting that VersaFine Clair Nocturne from me, that is my favorite black ink. That's the only black ink I use when I stamp. I brought the re-inkers in. So you can re-ink the ink pad. We better test this first, right? Always test first. Always, always, always test. All right, now I do have a little bit of an issue here. I need to make sure, I don't think I want, I don't know, I guess maybe this should probably not be contained, because if I ink splattered in real life, it would be on both parts, right? So let's just give it a go and see what happens. Yeah, this guy really needs a re-inker, I can tell. Come on. Okay, so we're gonna do this. See what happens. We'll see if we like it. Splat. Splat. Actually, no pizza for dinner. No, first of all, when Nick catches, it's catch and release. Ooh, that's fun. Look at that. And look how different, look how different it looks based on the color you use. When I was teaching my workshops at Little Craft Fest earlier this year, I did a workshop on making the most out of your stamps, and everybody had this particular. They had the Textures Ink Splatters stamp in their kit, and they also had 4 little mini ink colors in their kit. And people were playing. We talked a lot about stamps, and then people were playing, and I said, use different colors with your stamps your ink splatter stamps to see how much they change based on the color. And I said, then you have to be careful. And then I put a little image up on the screen that had 2 ink colors with the splatters. One was red, right? When you use red, it takes on a very different look, doesn't it? It takes on a very different look when it's red. Also yellow. Red looks like blood, and yellow sometimes will look like cat urine. So I've learned both of those things kind of a funny way. So let me see, what if maybe random treasures of the week? That could go there, right? Random treasures of the week. We'll put that one there. And then I want to see if I can find something to go, maybe something that I cut out. I don't know if it'll work or not. In my little things I've cut from magazines and brochures and things like that. Okay, random treasures of the week. Where was that going to go? It was going to go right here. Oh my gosh, Layle, where was that going to go? I guess it's just going to go. Now it's going to bug me. Well, I know I know how to fix it. The way I'm going to fix it is by doing a little ink splatter up there, maybe. We'll see. Oh, I'm a dummy. It was going to go right there. Oh well. Oh well. It's fine. I'll just start the whole thing over. No. Is what it is, huh? It is what it is. I'm just, getting my little guy applied here. And we'll end up putting probably maybe a really small little ink splatter up there just to put something up there. And then we'll be ready to make our list. Are we good? I can tell it looks like part of it may not be quite rubbed on, but if I just start peeling, sometimes that will get it. Yep. They go on like butter. They do, they do. All right, so let's grab another ink splatter. What do we want here? Different one? Or does it need to just be subtle? I don't know. It needs to come. I don't know. What do I want to do here? I don't know. We might just leave it. I might just leave it like that. And then I'm going to look for one thing out of my little cut magazine pieces. Let's look at this one. Let me just dump these out on a tray. And see what we have. And this, I cut out all kinds of words. Like, look, that one says worth. Worth. Discover. This one is more just generic words. We will rock you. Worth. Luxury. Classic. Your dream. Your support. to your health, happy, crowd pleasing. I'm telling you, pick up every brochure because, like I said, even if it's Legoland, you might be like, well, Legoland, it totally works. Chill would work, right? Because you might end up with a word. Maybe you don't like Lego, but you want to write land or you want to use land. So you cut that up. Routine. Now, routine would be good, but routine is pink. Although, you know what? Maybe now we just really start doing this. I actually think I kind of like that. We're going to do that. Routine. And then maybe we'll do happy. And we got to put something else there because now we've got a big old space there. Oh, I know. I was saying, Nick does catch and release fishing. So no eating the fish that you catch. Um, and we're having Sam and his girlfriend Elena over for dinner. So chill could go there maybe. Sure, why not? We need something else in here, I feel like. So let's look and see what we might have. Crowd pleasing. Was May 28th a crowd pleasing day? When all you want is routine. How about that? You never know when these things might work somewhere. And obviously, when I'm cutting them, I have no idea how I'm going to use them. Sometimes it is all you want is routine, right? Especially after this was definitely because I had long work days this week because I worked all day and then worked another probably 6 hours every night teaching. So, see, I'm just using those things to just kind of fill in some of that space. All right. I think we're good over here. I feel like we're pretty good over here. And now we're going to come back over here. We need to do our list of everything that happened on May 28th. Not a lot. I mean, it wasn't like a crazy day or anything. And that's the other thing too. When I do a list like this, I like, let's see. Normally I would do, I don't know. I feel like I need to do my little divider right here. So do a little divider. Um, most of the time when I do my what a day or whatever my day is here, right? I like it to be pretty just kind of a normal day. I try not to have them be like special days or like travel days or something like that because then it doesn't tell a really good picture of what like a regular day in the life is. So I'm just gonna look at this to see if there is something else. Now I'm pulling some things out of this. There's a quote for that because I totally forgot I was going to look at those. There, that works there. Out of that little flower. We need something else over here to really tie it in because we've got a lot of fun happening over here and we need a little tying it in. And you might have looked at this at the beginning and thought, Layle, this is really taking on a really like old vintage look, right? Because this was really vintage. That's vintage. The paper's kind of vintage. But look how much it changes by putting those word strips on there. I mean, it really, or those, things from magazines, it really does change things up. Easily distracted. Well, that's true. Easily distracted. I could use this. I am easily distracted all the time. We'll put this guy over here, maybe. Easily distracted. So now we're just kind of trying to add a few things that maybe blend it in. Maybe we need something else. I feel like kind of right in here, maybe. Let's see. Maybe another, well, we can look for another word strip or a quote. Or a quote. I'm sorry I am so cranky. I'm in my terrible 50s right now. Oh my gosh, you guys, look at that. Did you see that? I'm sorry I am so cranky. I'm in my terrible 50s right now. You know when you say the kids are like in their terrible twos? I'm in my terrible 50s. That is hilarious. This one, adultish. This could be like an adultish day. I mean, I guess kind of adultish. 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 Sure, why not? Okay, I think we're ready for our list now. We've just been playing, which that is, you guys, this type of play for me is so fun. We didn't really use any collection. We weren't using like one of my collections or a Stimple Stories collection or something like that. When you don't have a collection to work with, sometimes I think it's, well, not sometimes, it's very freeing because you're just pulling a bunch of stuff out and kind of having fun and playing, and whatever works, it works, right? Okay. So now where's my list? Where's my list of things? I need some bullets or little like dots, right? That was my thought. That's how I was going to separate things on my list. So let's look at these. The front part of the book has all those colors, right? And then you kind of have the ombre version of those colors, like light blue, medium blue, dark blue. Let's see if we can find it. Wouldn't it be awesome if we could find a green in one of those? Or a tan, right? Or we could do, what are these? These are like little pink guys. Almost black. Obviously, black works. Remember a long time ago, I used to use the dot markers and we could make our little things with the dots? I don't know. I feel like, where were there? There were some flowers in here. Did I miss those? There's gems in the back. Pine cones, snowflakes, flowers. What are those? Oh my gosh, it's a little cup of coffee. That is like, those are little tiny cups of coffee. That's a donut and that's like a latte. Oh my gosh, those are fun. All right, and then we have these little flowers. I don't know, I kind of feel like we should use one of these little flowers. Or we have these guys. So these guys, we'd used, that was part of that sticker over there. So let's do this. Let's look at, I think these little flowers, what I'd like to use. And these are going to separate the things on my list of the things what was on my list. Like, what did I do on May 28th? Let's start here. So over here, I have, um, I mean, I woke up and did all of those things. I'm not going to list those. So we did checked emails and I got to figure out, does it go here? I guess it'll go here. And replied on new product development. There was a lot of stuff for us to talk about on that day. There's been a lot of stuff for us to talk about, a lot, between Becky and Amy and Layle. I went to the warehouse and we had a 2026 planning meeting, basically where we talked about um, all of the new products that are coming out later this year. So they have an idea of what to expect and when. And then um, also talked about the things, the like project kits and stuff coming up. I have to make sure that they are well informed so they know what is coming. I talked to my friend Sherry, talked to Sherry on the phone. I cleaned up from my classes. Cleaned up after classes earlier in the week. Now, this is something that's really cool, not the cleanup. But when you look at a list like this, um, even in January of this year, I would have looked at this list and went, wait a minute, what? Because I would have looked at this and it would have said warehouse. I would have been like, wait a minute, warehouse? I have a warehouse in May? Like, so it's kind of fun to look backwards and forwards and how things change on a list like this in your life. All right. Um, I let's see, got ready for our Saturday listing session and sent email. That is always a process. I would say it is probably about a 4 hour at least process to get ready for our Saturdays. Getting everything ready, getting the email out, all of those things. I taught the June Travelers notebook setup class. Just a couple more. I don't have room for many more, do I? I only have 2 more things. I ate a late dinner. And then Nick and I watched 2 episodes of The Dutton Ranch. The Dutton Ranch, which is a spinoff of Yellowstone. Okay, there we go. There is my list. What did I eat? Oh my goodness. What did I eat? I don't even know. I don't know because Nick made it. That was about 6, 8, probably 8:15, 8:30. I honestly couldn't even tell you what I ate. Couldn't even tell you. All right. And those are fun little bullet stickers, aren't they? So they're dots, right? They're dots, but they're kind of like bullet stickers, like our bullet stamps, but they're stickers. So sometimes if we don't want to stamp, that just goes a little bit faster for us, right? Oh, I just remembered something. Okay, let's see if I can still use this. Um, this is I think it's called Botiful. Bowtiful. Botiful, like beautiful, but a play on words with bows. So this is pre-cut washi tape. These are like washi stickers. Okay, so this is a long roll, tall, right? Let's see. And the website has all the information on it. So it'll tell you how tall. It's about 2.5 inches tall. I don't remember how many long, but this pattern repeats every, well, let's see. Oh my gosh. When does it repeat? Do you guys see how far I'm going and it still hasn't repeated yet? Does it ever repeat? It does because I think it's right here. Anyhow, those are all bow washi stickers. So, 49 and Market used to do something like this. This is another wrong product. It's one of the products that I have that I brought in. This is another wrong product. It is, they're washi stickers. They're pre-cut. And if you've ever looked at something like you'd seen PET tape or PET tape that says pre-cut, or if you see washi tape that's pre-cut, what it means is it's not like you have all those little pieces that are pre-cut for you. It just means that each of those images is already cut out. So let's figure out what we might want to use. I think maybe, let's see if we can preserve this guy. Might not be able to. This isn't a good one to show you either because it's so uh, delicate. What it means, let's do this guy. It has been pre-cut. So usually what I do, I'll start peeling off the negative. All right, see that, how that pre-cut part has all come off? And those are now your stickers. Those are now your washi stickers. I think it's far easier to do that, to pull that off, than it is to try to, I mean, we still have to pull off the, your bow in this case, but much easier to do that. Some of you might be familiar with that. 49 and Market was doing washi stickers like that for a while. They haven't done them for a while, but so now let's see. Let's see this little bow. I feel like this little bow could maybe work right in here somewhere. Tweezers definitely help with something like this. Just put it right there. Almost looks like a little rub on, right? Okay, and then I think we need to do maybe one over here. Maybe that's what we put in that little space right there. So let's look what we think might look good there. You guys will have or bows for miles and miles and miles. I mean, you'll have bows for a really long time with this. So I pulled a little pink one just because I had a little pink in that right there. There we go. Okay. I don't like this one here. I feel like this one looks like a weird little spider. So I'm going to pull them back off because I think it was kind of on, but kind of off when I pulled it off of the sheet when it had been covered. So we want to do a little thing up there. Do we want to see if we've got another little light pink one? Maybe. Or do we just call it good? Interesting. That's interesting. It's kind of like a negative bow. Or we could do a black one. I don't know. If we put that black bow, we can't use that black bow there because it will cover up part of my words. Let's keep looking. Let's keep looking. Or maybe we just don't have one. I don't think we need one. I think we've got our bow there and I think we're good. All right, there we go. It's done. It is done. You guys want to see what my sketch looked like for that one? Now, I tested that ink when we were playing. Look at, I had no sketch for that one. I really didn't know what I was going to do. And that just kind of came together very organically as we were playing. So sometimes it's good to have an idea. Like that was my idea for about last month. Sometimes there's nothing. You just kind of jump in and play. All right. So now we have to take this and put it back into our traveler's notebook. I've been working off the page. So we need to put them back in. We'll just come in and do that. And this guy will come over here to flip it upside down. It's a little bit easier for me to do since I'm right-handed that way. All right, there's our second list. Basically, what a day for the for May 28th, 2026. Now, this is not, I don't think I ever adhered that. I think I just stuck it under the stuck it under the sticker. All righty, we're good. We are good. Next up, we have our last list of the day. Let's do this. Let's do another giveaway right now. I am going to put these things away. While I get everything put away, um, actually, let me show you one more thing. I brought in one 5 rolls of PET tape in addition to the washi tape. I want to show you if you're like PET tape, maybe you saw it on the website and you're like PET tape, Layle, what is PET tape? PET tape is short for polyethyl blah 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 blah, something that starts with a T. But this is very similar to what we just looked at with washi, but these are stickers and they are clear stickers. So I'm going to show you how amazing these are. Let me pull this one off. This one is called, I think it's called Copper something. I don't remember what its name is, but it's called Copper something. Actually, I do because this is how good Lily is that works for me. I was showing them this product because Lily's not a crafter at all, and Denise is. Denise is a scrapbooker, but she doesn't really know about some, products like PET tape. And this is Lily. Lily puts all those things in a bag for me so I can take them home. And she goes, "Oh, I'm gonna put the wrapper in the bag for you. So when you're using it and somebody says, 'What's the name of that, Layle?' Then you have it. It's called, I think it's called Copper Elegance PET tape." But watch this. Now I'll just put this on a piece of paper so you can kind of see what it looks like, but it is amazing. So that's the sticker, right? And it just peeled off. It's pre-cut just like the washi was. There's my sticker. Let's just put it right here. Holy Hannah, look at that. It looks like it was printed on there, right? Isn't that amazing? So, um, there are, I don't know, I brought 5 rolls in so far, 5 different styles, but that one is that I can't wait to start using that a little bit. Probably I'll use that a little bit more in the fall just because it's so pretty. I mean, I can use it now, but it's a little bit more fall-ish, right? Okay, so all of those things, all of the wrong stuff, you will see me continue to carry and use because I like it. I think it's fun. Okay, our last list, very different now. Now we're going to go back to the more of a regular type of list that I do. This one is the way that I had phrased this, I think, on the blog is places to go. Places to go. Oh, yeah. Let me keep cleaning up. Let me keep cleaning up so then I'll do the giveaway. All of a sudden, I see all this chat. So let me do that. Places to go. You might not travel. You may travel. You may not travel. Places to go can be a list that you do for anything, anywhere that you want to go. It could be your places to go, could be your errands list. You make a list of your errands, places that you have to go to do your errands. And you might think, well, Layle, why would I do that? Why would I make a list of my errands? Come on. And I'd say, well, guess what? It's a time capsule. It's no different than this being a time capsule. It is a story. It tells a story about your life. So places to go could be like that. Places to go, maybe there are places in your city that you'd like to go. Um, we did a list similar to this, but totally, well, it will be nothing like what we did. But um, last year we did a list called Micro Adventures. And I want to bring this up because I think if you're not really someone that travels, this would be kind of a good way to look at it. So I pulled up the idea book. This is the 2025 idea book. It released in 2026. So it's all of our lists from 2025. I'm going to page 30. That's document your travels. Any list in there would have to do with travel. And we did this list in May of 2025 called Micro Adventures. Micro adventures are really small little adventures that you can do wherever you live, right? You get to decide what a micro adventure is. A micro adventure could be you want to go to that park down the street that you've never been to. Um, One of mine for last year was the living room hike near Red Butte Gardens and take our e-bikes. So it's a little adventure, something, a place to go in my own city. So I had done a list of um, micro adventures, things kind of close to home that I wanted to experience spring, summer of 2025. So you could even take a list like this, places to go. Doesn't have to be travel. You don't have to get on an airplane or get on a bus, or it could be, walk or get in a car or something like that. For me, this is going to be a list, a places to go list, national parks. Nick and I are huge national park people. We love, love, love national parks. I have such a soft spot in my heart for some reason for national parks. I went to my first national park when I was, I don't know, probably in maybe elementary school. I went with my parents. They took my sister and me. They took me to Carlsbad Caverns in New Mexico. And then I never went to another national park again until my adult life. And I want to say probably the next one I went to, well, that's not true. In high school, I went to one. Anyhow, but it is on our bucket list to go to all 63 national parks. There are 63 national parks in the United States. I'm going to say in the United States proper. Okay. But there are 63 national parks. And this is my list of national parks, all 63. And I had to kind of think about the way that I wanted to do this. I think I've got an idea that will work. We will see. Shannon, Carlsbad Caverns is an hour from you. I love that with the stalactites and the stalagmites. I don't remember which is which. I know one hangs down and one grows up, but I don't remember which is which. So that is my plan for this list. But guess what? You don't have to like national parks. You don't have to go to national parks. You may never even have a national park on your bucket list. Doesn't matter because places to go can work for a lot of different things. Places to go could be restaurants that you want to go to in your city. To go could be museums. They could be a mixture of things. Maybe this is the places to go you want to go this summer in your city. Museums, parks, stores, restaurants, libraries, could be all different kinds of things. So a list like this, you can always make work for you because it doesn't have to be national parks, right? You don't have to travel at all. Places to visit or places to go. So this is going to start out with, let me grab this whole tray here. This is starting out with this stamp set, the things to do stamp set, places to go. So we're going to use that. And we are going to use two pieces of pattern paper. I am going to create off the page again, just like I did here. I will do my two little pieces. I'll work on them here, and then I will put them there. Stalactite, hold tight to the ceiling. Oh, Susan, I love it. Stalactites hold tight to the ceiling. Perfect. I just got to remember that stalactites don't hold tight to the floor, because that would be what I would think. I'd be like, wait a minute. Do they hold tight to the ceiling or do they hold tight to the floor? I know. Here's the way I'm going to remember. Tight has the word tight has the letter I in it. So stalactites hold tight to the ceiling, and I'll remember it's a ceiling because there's an I in ceiling and an I in tight. Stalagmite. Stalagmite is from the floor. We have to remember. We got to figure out weird ways to remember things, right? So I'm going to use those. I am using this die cut in my, right, all the United States. It's one of the die cuts from Far and Wide. I am going to do a background on both of these pages. So the background I am going to use, I could pull either from the 6x8 pad for Far and Wide, or I could pull from the 12x12 paper from Far and Wide. All right. Stalactite sounds like height. But then again, here's me overthinking it. But the ones that grow from the ground, they could be high too, right? I know, right? Oh, giveaway. Thank you, Ms. L. See, I told you guys that one of your things was to, you had to help remember. You had to help me remember the giveaways. Thank you. So this is the giveaway. I mean, not this, you get a brand new stamp set, but the things to do stamp set. All right. So things to do stamp set. And we've been doing you guys have been chatting away for the giveaway. So let me write that down, things to do, and then I will pick the random winner. Things to do stamp set. And that's a fun one because it's super generic in that you have movies to see, books to read, shows to watch, photos to take, things to do, things to make, ideas to try, restaurants to try, to listen to, stuff to get done, places to go. You got lots of different options on there for your lists. With all of our products, we have on the website, when you go to that product, I shouldn't say all, most of the products have projects showing you ideas on how to use them. So you would see some really fun ideas associated with the stamp set on the website projects. On maybe it's something I've done, or maybe it's something that one of the creative team members has done. Places to go. That's what I'm using. This particular stamp set also has a coordinating metal die set that you can purchase separately. So then that would cut out all of those dies would cut out all of those little shapes, but I won't use that today. Just we're starting to get 1:30. Yeah. We'll just keep going. I won't use those today, but those are kind of fun too. If you want to stamp that on something and then die cut it out with your electronic die cutting machine. What did I just do with that stamp? Oh, why did I put it there? Almost lost that. Okay, there we go. I am going to use, oh, sorry. Oh my gosh, sorry. I get too sidetracked. So stopping, and the winner is, you're not going to believe it. It's Amy Sonneman again, but it won't be Amy. Right below Amy is Virginia Bush. Virginia, congratulations. Virginia, please send an email to laylebymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, please put things to do winner. In the body of that email, please put your name and address, and the team will get that shipped off to you next week. Thank you. Congratulations, Virginia. Okay, there we go. Sorry, you guys got to keep me honest. I forget. That's what happens. I just forget. All right, back to my background. So I can either use paper from the 6x8 paper pad. I thought I would use this. That is just kind of a really basic kind of tone on tone map. So that would really work for anything. The 6x8 paper pad has 2 sheets each of 9 different patterns in there. Everything's double-sided too. So I have 2 of those. Or I could cut those out of the 12x12 paper. It just depends on what I have and what I feel like I want to use, right? So you have all those same papers in the 12x12. So I think I'm going to use the 12 by 12 just because we'll get a little bit more of that pattern, but you have the same pattern in the 6 by 8. You can see because it's a little bit larger. All right, and many of our national park outings are by road, right? By road. I know. Well, yes, Amy should buy a lottery ticket, but also the reason that Amy ends up compounding frequently because she is adding links or answering questions or okay, 4 3/4 by 8. Again, I trim to 4 3/4 by 8 so that I have a little bit of white border all the way around. And what I should have done doing that, if I had done that again, I should have done, I should have trimmed that by 8 first, and then I'd have a long piece left, but that's okay. I would have had that full piece along the bottom to use for something else, but it's fine. It's okay. 4 3/4 by 8. There's more than one way to skin a cat, right? More than one way to cut a piece of paper to get the size that you need. Oh, believe me, I learned that the hard way many years ago, many years ago teaching. I would say, okay, you guys, there's your 12 by 12 piece of paper. I'd like you to cut 4 6 by 6s out of a 12 by 12 piece of paper. And be like, "Oh, okay, because really you just cut it in four, right? If we were doing that here, we'd cut it this way and this way, and we'd get 4 6 by 6s. Next thing you know, somebody comes up to me with like this. And I'm like, how how did you get that out of trying to cut 4 6 by 6? Yes. So there definitely is more than one way to skin a cat. There's definitely is more than one way to cut a piece of paper. All right. Now I won't do my list on there, right? That's way too busy. Well, for me, it's way too busy. For me, it's way too busy. I am going to grab where? I'm going to grab um well please. Should be right there. Why isn't it there? Oh, because it's over here. All right. I am grabbing 12 by 12 versions of that same paper that I used on the last one. Same pattern. It's even the same scale. So if you have 12 by 12, um, these need to be let's see, I forget. These usually are about, I don't need a lot of border, right? Because there's really not a lot to see. I just kind of need that green. So let's see, that's probably about 4 by 7.5. I don't know. We'll look. We'll see what that ends up being, and then I'll tell you what it is. 4 1/4. I will do all my decorating and write my lists on these guys. So those are 4 1/4 by, bet it's close to 7.5. Let's see. Dead on 7.5. 4 1/4 by 7.5. And then that gives me kind of an even border all the way around these guys. All right. Now, these corners, the outside corners of both pieces, I will round the corners of because I do that like I talked about before. The corners of my inserts are rounded. All right. So there we go. There we go. I need to actually adhere these down now because the next thing I want to do will need to have them adhered down. That will go right about there. Who's getting hungry? I'm getting a little hungry. Can't eat while I'm doing this, but I'm getting a little hungry. I won't get hangry. I mean, how can you get hangry when you're playing like this? But I will get hungry. Okay, there we go. Now I'm going to create a border along the bottom, and I'm going to do that with the washi tape from Far and Wide. So Far and Wide washi tape is a set of 2 rolls. I want that to have a straight line, that look like this when they're put together, right? So that is super. That is a great way to add a lot of color to a project in a very small amount of space with a small amount of product. So we are going to do this along the bottom. Let's see, I think I'd like that to go to the very edge, Layle. That along the bottom. And I am going to have these sit together. I'm also going to take advantage of that bottom line on the graph paper so I make sure it's straight. Okay, there we go. Wander, explore, and disco. Disco! Isn't that funny? Disco. Good thing we've got a little bit of that V on there. It'd be like, disco? What's disco? So with that washi, you can use it like I have here, or you could just take a whole word and cut it out. Like you could put travel and you could use it as a title or something, almost like a, almost like a sticker as opposed to a continuous piece of washi. And then we will do this. We're going to do another straight line there. Pairing that with, now that color, that, oh, whoopsie, whoopsie, Layle. What did I do? I wasn't supposed to go. That is literally going to say disco. It's fine. If you think it bugs you, then just do a different word. That's really funny that it says disco. Hang on. Let me get this straight. Okay. This one over here. Ooh, I'm going a little too high there. All right. That obviously the wander, explore. I mean, that's, travel-ish, wouldn't have to be, but that the rainbow washi you could use on anything, right? There's nothing about that that says it's travel. I gotta cut that off. I forgot that we didn't do that over there. See, cut that off. All right. Wander, explore the disco. We're gonna explore the disco. I tell you, I don't know, many years from now, or I don't know, maybe next week, I'll be like, why did I put disco there? I won't remember. Be like, why does that say disco? It's not going to bother me enough to change it. It's fine. Okay, got my little outlining done. Are you guys talking about food now? I did ask, didn't I? I did say who's hungry, so what do I expect? Of course, I'm going to get you saying food. Okay. There we go. In lieu of food, I am going to have a drink of water. That'll work, right? Shannon, oh my gosh, you guys are killing me now. All this food. Shannon had a hamburger. Hamburger. Shannon, meat and potato burritos. Ooh, okay, with hamburger. I understand. I missed part of that. Topped it with cheese, sour cream, and salsa. That sounds so good. Barbecue brisket sub that Virginia is obsessed with. How do you do the potatoes? I love that you guys are chatting about food. Now we're all getting hungry. Okay, here we go. So now I am going to do my stamp that says places to go. This will go over here. It will be left justified because I will do national parks over here. So we need our little, ooh, guess who didn't clean that one off last time she used it? Bad, bad Layle. Oh, well, I guess, because guess what? I am using black. So if I was using a different color, I would clean that right now because it just would be better if I cleaned it. I have so many of these. Let's see if one of these is juicier now because I need to re-ink the other one. Oh, yeah, no. So this is the problem. That one also needs to be re-inked. Let's look. Let's see here. Where's my, I need to add to my to-do list, re-ink all of my blacks. That is fine, but I don't like it being faint like that. What that means is, when I say I have a lot of blacks, that's because I have never had the re-inker. Oh, now I don't know what's what. Usually I can tell. Usually I can look and tell what's juicy. Let's see if that was it. Um, I seriously need to re-ink, friends. I think that maybe that one. Yeah, I think the re-inker's in the garage. Don't ask why. Okay, just you gotta bear with me. All right. Just bear with me, please. Ah, there we go. That's it. See now how that's like nice and solid, nice and juicy. There we go. Okay. I knew one of those was newer. Ah, okay. That is why I just went through all of that. Do you see? I'm not flipping you off on purpose right there. Do you see how that one that's to the lower left, how it's nice and solid and just, that's what I wanted. Okay. That's also why you test, right? And I could really kind of see when I turned it over that it just didn't have enough ink on it. Places to go. This is like Places to Go, the National Parks edition. Taco bar. Yeah, that's fun for sure. Layle, send me your ink pad and I will re-inker it on the video. Perfect, Amy. I will do that. Will you, when you place that order that you were going to place, will you add a note and then I will send you one of those for sure. I'm going to put this over off to the side. Then later I'll be like, why is that off to the side? Add that. And I now have bags that just go back and forth to the warehouse. Okay, this one goes away. And now, why did I put that back in there? So now I want to do national parks right there. And I kind of have a couple of options here. I could stamp that out, or I could use alphabet stickers. So I pulled out a couple of stamps, but I don't think I'm going to stamp. I pulled out some stickers or alphabet stamps that were smaller. So these would work. Frankie Alpha would work right there. Also, well, no, now that I see it, Murphy Alpha wouldn't, right? Way too wide. So it would really be Frankie Alpha. We may need to still use Frankie Alpha. I'm going to go to this, another sticker book. One of the wrongs that I just brought in, alphabet. So there were some wait, where's the alpha that I liked that I thought would be really fun? So just to start, as we're looking through this, because I really haven't looked through it much, you have that same font in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Uh-oh. 10, 11 fonts, and then you start a new one, and then a new one. So it's just kind of that first one. But what I saw that I thought would be fun, let me get it. Once you go through the first, I think 11 or 12 sheets of different colors, all the same font, then you end up with sheets with different fonts. This could work, but that wasn't the one I was looking at. This one, I thought this would work really fun. It kind of reminds me of Frankie Alpha. It just has a little bit of a shadow. So let's try this. I need to spell places to go. This might say National Park bucket list. I don't know. We'll see. I might not have enough room for that. I am going to use my ruler to place the stickers. What I mean by that, I'm going to take every sticker and I'm going to set it on the ruler to make the word National Park. And then, whoopsie. Then I will place them all together. So on this ruler, there's a horizontal line. This is a little 6-inch metal ruler that I have on the website. I am using the ruler, that line on the ruler, to line up my alphabet stickers. like so. Because what I don't know yet, I'm not sure yet how long this will be and whether I can fit National Park on one or two. I don't necessarily know where to start. I also, depending on what I am adding this to, adding those stickers, sometimes I am working with just a white piece of paper. If I'm working with a white piece of paper, sometimes it's hard to get all of your little letters straight. So if I rely on the ruler to help me do that, then they'll go down straight. There's another reason I use a ruler, and I'll show you that in a minute. Oh, why did I, not natural, national, hello. I almost spelled that wrong. National Park. So there is a place, in my opinion, in the world for both stamps and stickers. Letter stamps and letter stickers. Letter stickers can be less expensive-ish, depending on, I had to move that down a little bit because that guy, I might reverse that. Oh no, I better not reverse that. The shadow gets reversed. There's a little bit more. No, I guess it goes right there. Sorry. Your letter stickers can seem like they're a little bit less expensive on the onset, especially if you're just buying a sheet for, $4 or something like that. But when they're done, they're done. Your alpha stamp sets definitely will cost more than $4, but you have them forever. With alpha stamps, you also never run out of a color because they are absence of color until you add a color. And then you never run out of a color. You also never run out of a letter, right? How many sticker sheets do you have floating around that have a whole bunch of X's and Z's and V's on them and no other letters? So I think there's a place for both. Your stamping takes a little bit longer than your stickers, right? So places to go. I'm just going to do, oh, this is the other thing. This is the other reason I use this. This, I can move that around so I can decide exactly where it wants to go, right? I didn't have to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and go, oh, there are 8 letters. So if I put ITAN on one side and ONAL on the other side, they should be even. But then I go, oh shoot, the I is a little bit narrower than these other ones. So if I put them on a ruler, I just do that, move them around until I get them where I think that they look centered-ish. And then I press down on the tops of all those and then gently roll the ruler out. Oopsie, except I missed one. Right there. Okay, national, and now I'm ready for parks. Now I'm ready for parks. National parks. And that'll just kind of go under there. But again, I don't know where it's centered, so I'm going to use my little ruler again. There are a lot of stickers on the sheet. I love this font. This is a really fun font. I think it'd be fun to have a stamp set in this font, right? Do you think? Amy, will you make a note of that? Will you? I think that it's just a regular, it's super simple. It's a super simple letter, but with that little shadow, I think that would be really fun stamp set to have, but bigger. I think I'd want them bigger than that. So you could use it as more of like a main title as opposed to a bunch of little ones. Parks, national parks. I could do the national park edition, but I didn't. Yeah, I don't have enough room for that. And that would take a lot of stickers. So someone said, I struggle. Jolene, hi Jolene, said, I struggle with alpha stickers because all 3 of my kiddos have a capital T and a Y in their names. Taylor, Maddie, I don't know. I'm trying to think what they are. Yeah, so definitely that's where stamps are much easier. Jolene would have a much easier. Jolene would have a much easier time with stamps. Oopsie, I'm not paying attention to what I'm doing here. A much easier time with stamps than she would probably with stickers. National parks, okay. Places to go, national parks. And those really work. That works really well together with that. Now, in hindsight, guess what? I wish I would have moved that over a little bit more, but I didn't know what I was doing here. I thought I was doing stamps. I didn't know if I had enough room, so that's all right. It's fine. It's fine. Because maybe what I'll try to do is I might try to I'll put something right in there. We definitely need something in there because it's too plain. There's my little divider. What could we put in there? Let's look at our far and wide. Let me look at the far and wide stickers and see what we could find that would go in there. So far and wide stickers, I have all this far and wide stuff on this tray. Let's look. I don't want to put a geotag because we already have a little geotag there. I need something tiny. Nothing tiny there. So let's go to all of the. Oh, here we go. Let's look if we have something tiny in any of the die cuts. Those are not, I know those are titles. Those are going to be way too big. Anything in here? Arrow? I don't think an arrow would really work in there though, right? I mean, I guess if I was thinking about an arrow earlier, I could have done it, made it work. I mean, it fits, but then it kind of really gets in the way of that. Don't like it. I mean, what I could do though is, oh, what about this? I have another arrow. What if I did this and just cut it off a little bit? If I cut it off, it would look really odd because it'd be a really funny short arrow. So let's go over here and look at, oh, okay, hold on. The stamps. What if we used that little guy, that little stamp that says go? That could be cute, right? That could be cute. Okay, Jolene, you know you have to tell us your kids' names. Hi, Anne from the Netherlands. Nice to see you. Let's see what the little go would look like. Go. I think that would be places to go, go. No, that doesn't work, Layle, because it's go twice. Yeah, that doesn't work. I like the arrow, but it doesn't work. Oh, but you know what? Hey, we're going to try something. We are going to try something. I have an idea. Take that and let me get a stamping block that would work for it. And let's get out our nice, juicy ink. Get all these out of the way. Way too many stacks of things here. All right, so what if we tried this? What if go goes right here? Go, go. And then what if I just take I don't know. Black pen. Look it. There we go. I need that arrow. That arrow is perfect right there, right? It is perfect right there, but I don't want the go again because I already have a go. That's an easy fix. Just color it in with the black pen after we stamp it. Now you have an arrow that works for anything as long as you have a black pen. And I would be willing to believe that you have a black pen. Now, it's a little bit too close to national parks, but it's fine. It is what it is, right? It is what it is. We color that in and no one is going to have any clue. It's our little secret. There we go. Places to go. National parks. Yeah, that's okay. A little too close to that, but now we're going to do this. We'll just make a few little circles here, like a dot, 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 and that'll help to fill it in a little bit. Okay. So now, as I originally, when you look at my sketch, isn't that a great map of the United States? You could look at that and you know exactly that's a map of the United States. No. My original thought was I was going to do this. I was going to put this here, but guess what? If I do that, I have to figure out basically how to do this. I have all the national parks and they are by state. I bought this little printout on Etsy for $1 and then printed it out. And then this is how I'll kind of, this is so help me to kind of organize them. Because I don't have them organized this way. I'm sure I could have found it somewhere and copied it, but this was just easier to show you guys. So I thought what I would do was do it by state, like that way. If I do that, I don't have enough room for this guy, right? I definitely don't have enough room for this guy. So then what I was thinking was, could I do, you know what I think I could do? I could probably do a little tip in right here, and then that would lift up. Because I would, oh, or I could do it this way. I could do it that way, but I don't know. That's kind of odd. That's kind of an odd way to look at the United States, right? So I think maybe that way. And then I'll do a little tip in. So it just kind of lift up and then you can lift up and see whatever's under there. All right. Yes. Now look, see, it is. This is Florida. This is the upper, I guess what that's Maine. That little mark right there is the little cut out of Washington. And then it gets a little funky there, but that's, yeah, that's my version of the United States, the continent, not the oh my gosh, not the continent. That's my version of the United States. You know what I mean? Continental US, yes, but actually it even has Alaska and Hawaii on it. So, and you know what? I mean, look at that. That fits perfectly. It's 5 inches. So when I talk about tip and tape, this is what I mean. Tip in tape is this. That is PET tape. It is a matte PET tape. Tip in tape. My friend Lauren Phelps makes this. I sell this on the website. I buy it from her and sell it on my website. I have bought many, 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 many rolls of this. You guys really like it. So what I'm going to do, what tip and tape does, it is a clear tape that you can use to tape things on, but or you can tape things in. You can tip them in. Usually what I'm doing, let me see where I might have an example of this. Handy, handy, maybe here. If I can, it's much easier for me to show you. I mean, I can show you once I get it done, but I should have one in here somewhere. Oh, come on, Layle. Oh, well, okay. This is an example where I used tip-in tape. This little tree that is in the center of this list, whoopsie, let me take those pages out. This tree that's in the center of the list, there is tip-in tape that is, those were two pieces. Okay. So I had two pieces in the tree. I connected them with tip-in tape. On the back side, that is tip-in tape. And the other, I'm not, I'm going to just, let me show you. I'm having a hard time showing you what that means. So what I'm going to do, this tip-in tape, I am going to cut two pieces, no, just one piece. And I'm going to cut it to the width of just the topish part of that continental United States. So my scissors go. Oh, here they are. There we go. So we're going to cut it right there, right on the edge of Minnesota. Okay. If I was going to put that here, I would end up cutting, well, I do the same thing. I just cut one piece. Your tip-in tape has two sides to it, not two sides. It has release paper that is split. So if I pull that part off, that releases part of the sticky, and that's the release paper. Then I have the other half that has separate release paper. That makes it easier for me to work with. Because I can get part of it sticky and part of it is unsticky. So I can kind of just hold on to the part that's unsticky. So what I'm going to do is I am going to, in this case, fold this in half. And I'm going to put part of that here, the back of the top of that piece, like that. So sticky here. This part still has the release paper on. Then I'm going to pull off that second piece of release paper, and I am going to stick this right up to the top of my page, my list here, what will be a list. Right like that. So that little piece now is sitting, it's hinged and opens like that. Now it'll open a little, oh, hang on, what did I do here? I didn't quite have it on straight. And there we go. So it'll open like that. I'll be able to have my list here, and that little guy is just going to kind of hang out there with us. The way I usually use that, I will usually tip something into the center of the page. And that's why it's called a tip in. You're kind of tipping it in somewhere. I tipped this guy in, but I kind of tipped it on top. Anyhow, so that is what that tip in tape is. It's pretty awesome. It comes in that clear matte, but it also comes in 3 other patterns. She did a collab with Amy Tan. So there's one that is kind of that rainbow. There's one that has little plus signs. And there's another one that is, I don't remember because I don't have it here in my drawer. Anyhow, it's fun. It's really fun to play with that tip and tape. So that also helped me decorate, but I didn't have to waste my room here. Now what I need to figure out is how I'm going to do this. This is what I kind of haven't really thought out yet. And this is this may be when we end up ending our day, and then Layle figures out after the fact how to, because all the rest of this I will, end up probably writing. I don't think I'll stamp anything. But I just need to figure out, it'll take some brain power to figure out how to make sure I have enough for 2 pages. Or not enough, but I can fit everything on 2 pages. Now, here's the other thing. If it turns out I need more room here, I could create a tip in. I could create another piece like this. That was shorter, right? And I could tip it into the spread like this. That's maybe what I'll end up doing, right? And I'd probably make it maybe a little bit shorter. So I think we're going to stop here. We're going to stop here. You guys know this is my plan to list every state, and within each state, I will list the national park within that state, and then I will have a space, whether it's a dot. I might end up using one of those, one of the little, those little rainbow dots, or I may end up with just like a little square stamp or something. And then I will mark those off over the years as we go. This is my list of national parks. So it's all the national parks, and then it will show which ones we visited so far. So I'll have little X's on the ones that we visited so far. This year, there will be 6. So we've already hit 2 of the 6. We've already done Mount Rainier, and we did Mesa Verde. On the trip that we go to in July, that I'm going to take you guys along with me that I talked about earlier. If you missed that, stay tuned. I'll share a bunch of information about that in the next couple of weeks. We will hit, we are hitting, let's see, where's Oregon? Crater Lake and Washington, North Cascades and Olympic. So we'll get 3 more on that trip. And then later this month, later in June, Nick has to be in Washington, D.C. for a business trip. And I said, you know what? We're going to make a long weekend out of it. I'm going to join you. So we're going to fly out on Friday, and we'll spend the weekend in Washington, D.C. and in Virginia. Virginia, which is, this is maybe like an hour and a half away from DC, Shenandoah. So we're going to knock that one off too. Anyhow, so that's my plan. I will figure out how to make all this work and everything to fit. And then you will see how I do that when we get together next time to list. So I'm going to rotate the camera, friends, and we'll say our goodbyes. As a reminder, we are not listing again until, sorry, to rotate you like that. I actually need to change the schedule a little bit. Right now, we are not listing next Saturday because it's my 40th high school reunion, so I will not be around for that. The next weekend, we are going to go on a really short Harvey trip. So the second weekend in June, we were going to list that Saturday. It's now going to be that Wednesday before. So just watch for an email on Monday. Email on Monday will have that kind of the minor modifications to the schedule for June. And then we'll also have the schedule for July, August, and September. All right, my friends, that's it. Yay. So we got two lists done and we definitely got a kind of a good heads. Ow. Do you ever do that where you actually bite down on your teeth really hard and you think that sparks are going to fly? That felt like sparks should have flown when yeah, or there should have smelled smoke, right? Blah. That's like a nails on the chalkboard type thing for me. Breathe. And don't think about it. Um, I don't even know. I don't even know what I was saying. I think I was saying yeah, I was saying I'll finish the national parks because I think I've gotten about as far as I can without me now really figuring out how I'm going to get all the states and all the places on there. So anyhow, all right, my friends. Thank you for joining me today. I had so much fun. I have so much fun when we do these. I share with you guys often that when you have a creative business, and sometimes you're forced to be creative, it doesn't feel, like you're creating. And sometimes you never have time to create. So this is the time that you guys let me just play. And I love that we can get together and just play because I will tell you, if you guys weren't here, I would not be playing. I wouldn't give myself the time to play. So thank you for that. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend. Have a great next week, and I will end up seeing you on. Can I look at a calendar from here? Hang on. Let me see. I'll tell you when I will see you. Oh, I don't think I can. Oh, yeah, no, I can. Okay. I will see you. We'll be listening again together on Wednesday, June 10th. Okay. So pencil that in Wednesday, June 10th, not the 13th, because we're now going out of town for that weekend. So Wednesday, June 10th. We'll do a nighttime listing. All right. All right, guys. Thanks. Thanks for joining me. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Bye bye. Oh, come on. I have to hit the back of the phone. I'm trying. There we go. Bye bye.